Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call to order the October 10th Committee of the Whole meeting. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion? Okay, second. Ms. Waters made the motion and Ms. Herder at second. Any questions? Please vote.
I vote to adopt. I'm
Okay.
having login issues.
Okay, all right. She voted yes to adopt the agenda. Thank you. And right now, there's not anybody else on Zoom, just Ms. Copley, right? Yeah. Okay, motion passes. The next item on the agenda is 2A, our annual reports from the constituent boards, and the actual written presentations are in Board Docs. So if y'all want to pull that up, and we are going to start with District 1, Reverend E.J. Milligan. And y'all can, obviously, I think y'all probably know, come to the podium.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Truly, we are grateful to be here this afternoon to make our report for Constituent School Board 1. Our concerns for this year, as you noted, as can be noted actually from the reports that we made on last year, we felt that there was a lack of communication and decision-making and the education of our children and the concerns of our constituents. And we are still in that same position this year as we make our report, is that there is a lack of communication with District 1 Constituent School Board as we try to communicate with Charleston County School Board of Trustees. We feel that we have an integral role in the decisions for our children and for our staff and for the community that we serve. We have been elected to serve them and would like to be able to answer questions when they are asked of us. A case in point is the sale of Lincoln High School Vocational Education Building, the property that is across the street from the former Lincoln High School. The building was sold with absolutely no communication with the Constituent School Board 1. There are several other concerns that we have that can be mentioned at this point. However, we are just hoping and praying that we will have better communication with CCSD as we continue to work together for the betterment of our community and for our schools and for our children. Another concern has emerged as it relates to perceived racial natures in schools at Wando High School. We do realize that there's a lot of animosity between the students from District 1 that are attending the schools attending school at Wando. The children from District 1 are called students from the country, and they may be from the country, but that's okay. Okay, I'm from the country, amen. And so I don't believe that I have any reason why anyone should actually refer to any of our students in this manner. There are fights and altercations that are going on a regular basis. And we have had meetings to discuss this situation. And we are looking for and hoping that we are able to curtail the disciplinary problems that are truly existing with our students from D1 at Wando High School. We have some updates on the new school. We are excited for the updates for the new school that is proposed to be built in Ondon and McClellanville on Highway 17. The community meetings have been had. The community is ready for the building of this new school. And we are excited and look forward to the continued progress in this particular area. The proposed new school is proposed to be a partial magnet school, and D1 students will have the opportunity and option to attend that school as it is built for that, for our community. Other students from across the district will also have an opportunity to attend the school in Arwindale. We are excited about that. St. James Santee Elementary and Middle School, we'd like to report that St. James Santee continue to have a monthly food distribution for the Arwindale McClintonville community. This takes place on the second Wednesday of each month. There was a grant from the Van Robotics program that was introduced to St. James Elementary Middle School. And at this time, the robots are used for enhancing the education of our children and focusing on those children that have learning disabilities. The program has had to be postponed due to the arrival of Hurricane Ian. However, they're waiting to reschedule that program. Our Early Head Start program is successfully completed its first year on the new grant cycle. The focus has been on the curriculum implementation of supporting the Head Start teachers and obtaining teacher certification. We are grateful for what is happening with our Early Head Start. We have 11 Head Start students, 23 Early Head Start students, and St. James Early Head Start is fully staffed at this time. At this time, I will turn the our second half of our report over to Brother Colleton.
Good evening. As we continue with the report, want to go strictly to the rest of my time, our time, to our strategic recommendations. And our main point is the new school in District 1, Arwindale. District 1 and the District 2 boards will have to work together to establish attendance zones necessary to populate the new school. The joint effort will not only aid with the creating attendance zone, but also provide an opportunity to get input for curriculum development and education theme of the school. As she said, all students will have an opportunity to go, but with the proposed partial magnet, that will also help us to populate the school, because that is the main concern right now. And just putting it on the laps of the District 1 and District 2 board to come up with the attendance zone, that is going to be a high hill to climb. But with the advent of just bringing in the partial magnet and open it up to students from across the county, I think that would aid in populating the school. The other area that we're mostly concerned with is also closing the achievement gap for all students. This has been a concern of our board for many, many years. As most know, I've been on the board over 25 years, and under the leadership of the last 5 superintendents, that's always been the issue. But up until now, we hadn't nailed anything down tangible where we can correct the problem. We can talk about it, but we need to come up with some facts as to how we're going to do this. The issue was not only prevalent in schools labeled as low performing, but also in schools with much higher test scores. The achievement gap among minority students across the district has been a top priority. Black students rank highest in almost all the categories. We just had a meeting with the combined constituent school boards members, and the question was often asked, what's being done to close the achievement gap? The answers varies with each superintendent. Oftentimes the issue was the same as beginning of their tenure as it was at the end when they left Charleston County School District. At the latest government's engagement session at Lucy Beckham, that same topic surfaced again. And the data on percentage of students reading on grade level by ethnicity and reading and math was provided. The statistics shows that Black students were and continue to perform at the lowest level. But one good point in that statistic has showed us that during the 2012-2013 school years, school proficiency and rating in math peaked in all ethnic groups. So we recommend that the district consider reviewing the data and also consider replicating, because something was done during those years that caused all boats to rise on that tide. So whatever was done in that years, we need to take a close look and see if we can go back to that, because something was done and it was very productive.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you very much. I honestly cannot remember if in the past we have done any questions. Do y'all remember? I know we didn't do meet last year. No, we do. We do. Okay. Does board members, do you all have any questions for the D1 constituent board? I noticed one thing that I just wanted to point out, which was probably just a little typo, because I know y'all are really on these numbers. On the live and attend information, under the student transfers and attendance zone concerns, there was says total live in and attend in, and it said 16, but I think that's supposed to be 160. So I just wanted to make sure board knew that was 160.
We would verify those.
Okay.
that data.
All right, that was just a FYI. Thank you. Y'all did a great job. I loved your input. Dr. French.
This might be for staff, and I'm sorry if I'm just not remembering correctly. The new school that we purchased the property for in Almondot, is that funded under the current sales tax, or does that need a separate funding?
So neither is not funded under either program yet. It is listed as a high school under the Phase 4 program, and it's listed as a high school and a middle school under the Phase 5 program. So we could choose to fund it with either program at this point. But right now, it is not a funded project.
Okay, and so in order to fund it, we would have to look at postponing a different project. Is that correct?
We would have to initially look at excess revenues.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But advanced design is funded. Is that correct?
Advanced design was funded, yes, ma'am.
Great.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank y'all very much for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is D2, Pamela Joanne Goldman, who's the board chair.
Good afternoon. I'm going to start off my end of year report with a story. Last Monday, we had 4 tough discipline cases. Really, every discipline case is tough. The next day, we received a note from one of the administrators, Miss Christy Williams at Wando. And she wrote this: as I was driving home yesterday afternoon, after our board meeting, I couldn't help but thinking how difficult your job as board members is. Not only do you have to make extremely difficult decisions, but you take time away from your families to spend your evenings helping these kids in our schools. All I wanted to do was come back, bring cookies or something just to say thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time. And thank you for making a difference. So I first want to just take a moment to acknowledge all of the constituent board members, mine as well as those represented by their chairs here today, for their sacrifice of time and energy and willingness to serve their constituents. There is nothing more rewarding and at times more frustrating than serving on a constituent board. Second, I would like to thank both Ms. Champagne for always finding answers to every question and keeping us in line, and for Ms. Stephanie Skinner, for whom we would be lost. And of course, Terry Nichols, our newly acquired liaison board member, who is wonderful and wise, and we love her. I wish I could say we share any sort of synergy with the current county board, but as I look over the end of year report, that sadly looks very similar to the one we submitted last year, it's hard to say if anyone actually read it. Let's start with transfers, 365 of them, an outdated JFABC transfer policy, Schools that are at or over capacity should not be open to transfers, period. It's a waste of administrative time, board time, and frankly, a disservice to the parents who think they have a chance to get their students in. We are hopeful that the next board will take this very serious issue in D2 to heart, along with our much thought out suggestions on how to streamline and clean up that transfer policy. Another issue with transfers is the overturn of appeals. We had 2 transfers overturned just last week, one to Cario from St. James Santee. We are desperately trying to keep kids at St. James Santee, especially with a new middle and high school on the horizon. But apparently that is not a shared interest. Everyone seated here with me will tell you that transfer requests are not taken lightly. With 350 of them, the D2 board spends a considerable amount of time and energy going through each one. It's often more than just, does this meet criteria? We get students who apply to multiple 4 or 5 schools in our district. We only approve one, but sometimes it's not the one they want. But you don't know that. The bottom line is, when it comes to transfer appeals, it would make a whole lot of sense for the constituent board to simply include a simple one-line reason behind their decision besides does not meet criteria. Otherwise, what's the point of us deciding them in the first place? Because the county board overturned every single transfer appeal to Lucy Beckham when it opened 2 years ago, that inappropriate decision has directly impacted the need for a rezoning. Not only that, but it cost the district $3 million in learning cottages that had to be placed on the campus this summer to accommodate immediate student needs. Because when you decided in that first year to overturn every single appeal from our out-of-zone students, you gave families the opportunity to apply with the hopes of getting denied from us so that they could be appealed to you guys. We have been told by certain county board members to put all kids on a waiting list, regardless if they fit the criteria or not, for Lucy Beckham. That is not board policy. It has also created another huge issue in our community, unverified residency. We urge the district to immediately hire an address auditor, much like they did at Buist when it first opened, to get these numbers under control. Otherwise, no amount of rezonings will stop overcapacity numbers at Lucy Beckham High School or Carolina Park Elementary School for that matter. It is imperative that board members take the time to understand the needs of each of the districts they represent. As more older homes in Mount Pleasant are purchased and renovated, often to the tune of twice their size, there is no reason to think the influx in families moving to Mount Pleasant is over. We are fortunate to have many bright spots in D2 in terms of schools that outperform. But as class sizes begin to creep up and constituents start to complain, as they have, you cannot take this or teacher retention for granted. When it comes to rezonings, we get our fair share. In fact, we spent the last 6 months chasing our tails on a rezoning at Carolina Park when we were asked very specifically in writing several times from the planning department to rezone 200 kids. 200 kids is 22% of the total student body at that school. We had already rezoned 175 kids 2 years earlier. Imagine being asked to rezone close to 400 kids in the first 4 years of a brand new elementary school, when the solution should have been to build it to the capacity of 1,200 in the first place, which is what the developers who gifted the land to the district initially recommended. Despite several unanswered letters to your board since 2020, the D2 board will continue to advocate for an expansion of this school, not a rezoning. This is the original act that created CCSD, written in 1967. In it, it explicitly outlines that constituent boards are in charge of rezonings. Imagine our surprise when at a community input meeting for the Carolina Park Elementary School rezoning, a current county board member stood up, asked a child for a sign, and stood in solidarity against one of the maps we had been given by the district to consider. Imagine months of fielding calls from angry constituents and emails, petitions from thousands of neighbors, only to have a county board member undermine our rezoning. If that sounds crazy, well, it is. Lastly, no rezoning should ever take place without a constituent board member being involved in the map process and without the board getting direct input from the principal of the affected school. They are the ones who best know the building capacity, not us. This is why our constituents get upset at the rezoning system. Even we have a hard time understanding the transparency. Lastly, discipline. I want to take a second to thank Dr. Coakley for her grace and guidance in our cases. We have several suggestions we will also share with her and her amazing department of school service reps, who are truly saints in our eyes. Their dedication to our children on an individual basis is truly astounding. We are excited about the addition of climate coaches in our schools and look forward to more options for our students to tackle mental health issues. We recommend every school offer parent workshops on tough conversations. Miss Linda Allen's fantastic program, potentially in tandem with PTA and SIC at each school to cover social media, bullying, drugs and alcohol, and depression. We also recommend a social media workshop starting in 5th grade is shown each year during homeroom. Preventative measures can lead to safer schools and less discipline cases. I think I speak for all constituent board members when I say district discipline cases are the hardest part of our jobs. We weigh so many factors during these decisions. We shed tears, we hug families, we appreciate administrators. As with the transfer appeal cases, a simple line devoid of emotion from the constituent board might give you pause to think differently about the case, informed by factors we considered uniquely because of the school and the situation. I have been honored to serve on this board for the past 4 years. We're a small board. We desperately need to be expanded to 7. We have board members who routinely get babysitters in order to attend meetings or miss sporting events that kids are participating in. We're not complaining about it. It's part of what we willingly signed up for. It's just frustrating when you don't have the support of a county board. I've said this many times in my tenure on this board. We are your boots on the ground, and yet you simply refuse to include us in board business in Mount Pleasant, community meetings, or when you meet with local Mount Pleasant government officials about D2 schools. All I can say is I'm hopeful the new board will put aside special interest agendas like Coalition for Kids, rushing through governance plans, and instead work with the constituent boards for the good of all schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the D2 constituent board? Okay, thank y'all. Next is the District 3 constituent board with Katie Calloway.
Hi, y'all. That's going to be a tough act to follow. I could almost just say what she said. I do want to thank Ms. Toshiba Champagne, who is awesome and always helpful. She really is a rock star. And I also want to thank Bob Olson, who sits in on our meetings and answers lots of my ridiculous questions. The staff has been super helpful. What hasn't been super helpful, unfortunately, is the consolidated board. And I got to be honest with you, this feels a little futile since I recognize that many of you won't be sitting here in another few months. Like my predecessor, my report is very similar to the report I submitted last year because a lot of these things were not acknowledged or acted upon. However, I do want to start off with the things that we're doing right. I did make a commitment in my last annual report to work harder at mimicking the language of the consolidated board so that you all would see less appeals from our student transfer requests. That actually worked. In 2021, 25 of the D3 board decisions were appealed, and in 2022, only 17 were appealed. 10 of those appeals were overturned. We work really hard to keep our schools balanced and under capacity. Unfortunately, they are all over capacity. I know you're hearing that from everybody, but we have new schools on James Island and they are already full. In fact, this year, I got a phone call from one of the assistant principals saying, please do not let any more students into our school. We cannot accommodate them. I think it's a common theme, but we're not preparing adequately, right? I mean, I look at the data that comes out of the real estate and planning department here saying that the numbers on James Island are going to go down. You ask anybody on James Island, the mayor, realtors, residents, the numbers are continuing to go up. We do not realistically anticipate that the number of families moving to our area is going to decrease in the next 5 years. And yet that is what the county school district is predicting for us. That creates a significant challenge for us, and one that we're not equipped to handle. District 3 talked about rezoning because we thought maybe we could alleviate some of the problems, but then we realized very quickly that it just pushes it around to other schools. We're a small district. We only have 4 elementary schools. They're all full. We can't accommodate anymore. So the question is, how do you fix this problem? Well, we are hoping, with fingers crossed, that the new early learning center is going to alleviate some of the overcrowding issues that we see in our elementary schools. I've asked now for a year for some information on that early learning center. We've been told that community meetings would have started last year. They have not. We have had no community meetings. We've had very little information about it. So I tend to be cautiously optimistic that that early learning center really is going to solve some of our overcrowding problems. I can't really get any clear direction or answers from the county school board. I also appreciate the fact that the district is investing in schools on Johns Island because a lot of our transfers are coming from Johns Island. I think that that's one of the best solutions to our issues would be to double down on those Johns Island schools, make sure that they can accommodate the capacity that's coming down the pike, invest in teacher retention, invest in those students, make those schools great, like I know they can be, so that people want to stay at them. Isn't that the goal, that people stay in their district and not ask us for transfers? The other big thing on our table, of course, is student discipline. And to be totally honest, I didn't change any of the language from my report from last time because these problems continue. We are seeing crazy discipline cases that leave us speechless, to be honest. Girls fighting girls violently in our schools. I have no words for this. What's almost more upsetting is seeing these students' parents in these meetings, right? That are at the end of their ropes. They don't know what to do. We've taken away the cell phone. We've talked to the teachers. We don't know what to do. We need more resources in the schools to deal with behavioral issues. I recognize that y'all are going to invest in some mental health and some counselors in every school, and that's great. We need more and we need it faster. It is not okay for these kids to be coordinating their schedules so they can meet at 1:12 in the bathroom for a fight. It is not okay. And it's happening younger and younger and younger. We have one middle school on James Island. They have violence issues. And those issues are actually seated in elementary school, right? There's 4th graders that don't know how to regulate their emotions and don't know how to work in a group. They have no resource for conflict resolution. We need to look at this earlier, sooner. We need to intervene with practical solutions before these kids get to middle school and then, God forbid, high school, where kids are actually getting hurt. It's just not okay for us. I said last year, we would very, very much like to see restorative justice practices in all of our schools, not just for the older kids, particularly for the younger kids, right? They need to learn how to resolve conflicts amongst their peers. That's a skill that they just don't have. We need to provide this district-wide so that kids are helping each other to succeed, right? And that it's actually a group participation. The other couple of strategic recommendations that came from my board is the need to retain the interventionists that have been hired during the use of ESSER funding, right? I recognize that schools were advised not to use ESSER funds to hire staff. I recognize that. However, in asking the schools to bridge the learning gaps, the way they do that is by hiring staff. So several schools hired interventionists, brought their scores up, but now the ESSER funding will dissipate and they need to be able to retain those staff people. I think the board needs to help us come up with a way to retain the staff we have and double down on teachers and teacher training at the same time. Significantly, I would like to see the district fulfill the commitment they made to Murray Lassane Montessori School. You all should have received a letter from myself and my board this week requesting that you look at that for next school year. This will allow Murray Lassane to control their attendance. It will also allow them to actually successfully implement the Montessori model, which the district committed to at that school. They have phased out the traditional classrooms. And we're told that once those traditional classrooms are phased out, I believe it was a span of 7 years, that it would be converted to full magnet. We need to make Murray Lassane a full magnet Montessori school. And then again, as I already mentioned, we need the flexibility to turn the Early Childhood Learning Center into something that we can actually use to help alleviate the overcrowding problem. I know we're looking at universal pre-K and we want that early learning center to serve 4-year-olds and kindergarten. I think we need to look at possibly serving first grade as well, so that we can free up some space in our elementary schools for all of our students. And I think that's all I have for y'all.
Good job. Thank you. Any questions for the D3 constituent board?
Just one
Reverend.
question. So you said all of your elementary schools are at capacity, is what you're saying? Is in your report? Did I understand that to be correct?
I do not have the capacity numbers in my report. Y'all, I didn't give you any information that you don't already have. But yes, I believe that there's limited space. I think James Island Elementary still has a handful of seats, but the rest of our schools are at capacity or over.
Okay.
Any other questions? I would like, oh, go ahead. No, you got it. I have a question about the Montessori, about Murray Lassane. That's fine.
I can hear you.
Do you all want it to, do you want James Island students to have a priority though for Murray Lassane, or do you want it to be a countywide magnet?
I think the goal is to make it a full magnet so that they can just control the class sizes. Right now, they still are required to take kids that are in that zone, and that's what's skewing the numbers. So it would be great if James Island students were a priority, but certainly if there are seats available, you know, we would welcome anyone from the district.
Okay.
The problem comes in is when they plan to fill their classes and then folks move in and suddenly at the last minute, you have 3 or 4 or 5 students who are zoned for the school and there's no room for them.
And that doesn't meet the Montessori model first. That's part of the issue too. Yeah.
Certainly not.
Okay. All right. That we definitely need to work on that. Good clarity.
What
Ms.
is
Carter?
the magnet status?
They're a constituent magnet now. So they, but and they have a zone. So kids from James Island can go there, but it's their constituent magnet.
But do we have any updates on transitioning that to a full
No,
magnet?
we need to work, we need to put that on our to-do list.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And
Just
then,
one.
Then what about the early childhood learning center? Are there any updates on that?
We have a presentation scheduled for the D3 board this week.
Okay.
It's already on their agenda.
Okay.
all right, then,
Correct.
Dr. French and then Reverend Mack.
So one question, with the D3 schools being over capacity, is that because of being over capacity from children who are zoned for those schools or because of children coming out of the district, out from other districts?
No, those are from children being zoned for those schools. We've been really stringent about transfers because we know that there's no room for anybody. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, Jeff, is there any plans on the books to help with that problem with the overcrowding that's being reported? I mean,
3 schools of the 4 elementary schools are not over capacity right now. based on the building capacity numbers that's been published year after year. We do have a plan for an early ed center that will shed students from the elementary schools.
Okay,
That will support additional capacity when that's built.
okay.
The
right.
building capacity isn't the same as.
Correct. That is my understanding as well, that the building capacity numbers are higher than the actual capacity in a classroom.
Ms. Rowe, would you like to address that?
It's our building capacity is based on 21 or 22 students per classroom. So if it is less than that in a classroom, capacity could be higher. If it's more than that, which a lot of schools go over 22, 21, 22, it could be less than that. It also depends upon how they use their classrooms for those specialty courses as well.
Okay, all right. Sorry, my watch is like.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is District 4, Carla Gadsden. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and move on to, we've already established who our members are. I, Carla Gadsden, is the chairperson. We have Lala Fayol, Joseph Bennett, Reverend Collins, along with Michael Garnett, Edwina Peterson, and John Woodson. So of course, the constituent board is established to do discipline hearings along with attendance lines, along with transfer requests. So with student transfer requests, we can move on to the next. So right now, we're proposing that it'll be one complete cycle for the transfer request application. So it should go from February to June 30th, which is the end of your fiscal year. And then after June 30th, it'll be like they have to apply for a hardship. So just not ending it in 1 month or 2 months, whatever your cycle is, and then restarting. So parents, you know, life goes on and stuff like that, and people forget. So just have one consistent cycle from February to June 30th, as far as accepting transfer requests. So we'll move on to our attendance lines. So D4 last year, here was the timeline for the rezoning discussion. June 7th, 2021, the board had a rezoning workshop. Then from there, we had our rezoning meetings, our community meetings, which was September 23rd, September 28th, and September 30th. Come October 19th, we did make a decision, and a motion was made to accept option 2 for District 4 high schools, North Charleston and R.B. Stall. The option would expand the attendance zone for North Charleston High School and rezone 292 students from Stall to North Charleston. The motion passed 4-1. We also did the elementary school option for District 4 elementary school for Lamb, Honey Park, and Pepper Hill. The option would rezone 71 students for Pepper Hill to Honey Park, rezone 31 students from Pepper Hill to Lambs, and rezone 107 students from Honey Park to Lambs. This motion passed again 4-1. Also within the motion was made to allow rising seniors at Stall or North Charleston to remain at their home school. That motion passed 5-0. Again, the motion was passed to allow rising 5th graders to remain at the respective elementary school. Again, passed 5-0. November 2021, no letter was sent to the parents. December, nothing. January 2022, nothing was sent to the parents in regards to rezoning. February, nothing. Then comes March, when the district realized that there was an error with what we discussed as far as what the board voted on, saying that North Charleston couldn't house those 292 students because what we based our decision on is what they produced on their website in that report. Come April 26, 22, we had a meeting with Mr. Barowie and his staff, we did decide to stand on our decision that we made back on October 2021, and then on May 9th, 2022, you overturn our decision. So where are we now? Stall is still over capacity. Stall's population now is 1,952. School capacity is 1,400. North Charleston is at 803 under capacity. So where are we? What are we going to do about this besides putting another trailer at Stall? Which I think you've already done that or in the process or wait for the trailers to come in. But that is our main concern because of safety. Stall is still on the list without a date of when you're going to do the expansion. So that's a problem too. So that is our main concern as far as with the attendance line hearing. We do appreciate DAP now DSS for adding an option as far as with the, excuse me, just blanked out. With the, okay, probation. Adding that option to allow them to do community service, which a minimum of 15 hours. So I think that is a good option as far as that was added to the decisions that we can make with our students, because I know with D4, we do not want to put our students out of schools. We want other options. We want them to be able to be successful along with be productive members of the North Charleston community. So we'll move on to our strategic recommendation. So our board is requesting that we receive compensation for COVID because we conducted many meetings on our own dime as far as using our own computers and laptops, Wi-Fi, utilities, and you can see from the list, we had several meetings within that time frame and no compensation, but I per diem, which is, I believe, on the records is for $15 a meeting. Our second recommendation is that constituent board members do receive a raise because, again, this $15 was placed in 1975. Based on the inflation rate of 2022, it's $83.72. So that concludes my report. Any questions?
Any questions for the DECO board? Dr. French?
So actually, I think this is a staff question too, because now and I remember the issue of the change in the information that you were provided about the high school capacities. And in that case, it was specifically told in March or in the spring that the programming capacity was the limiting factor at North Charleston High School. And yet we're hearing that for D3, they're being told that programming capacity is not a consideration. It's only building capacity. I feel like we need to be consistent about this at all of our schools.
Yes, ma'am. I did not mean to infer in my first comment that we ignore program capacity. I was simply addressing the comment made by the constituent board chair about building capacity, that I disagree with her building capacity assessment. That was the point there. We do take a hard look at program capacity to see how a school is being used. And that does affect things, and that did affect things in the North Charleston decision. So the way ahead on this one is we've got the numbers in place now for this year. The numbers are not exactly the same as the projected enrollments at a number of the schools, including, I don't want to go back to Lucy Beckham, but much under the projection at Lucy Beckham. So we need to take a look at the actual numbers, work with the staff to come up with potential recommendations to review with the District 4 constituent board, and obviously make them part of that process to see what needs to be rezoned at the high school level.
Ms. Waters?
Yes, I think, Jeff, this is going to also be a question for you in following up about the stall. I know we've talked about this, the portable facilities at stall and the expansion. Can you just elaborate a little bit about where we are there?
So the The modular unit that was installed at Stall High School, 10 classrooms, is complete and operational. So that unit is functional. The principal's utilizing it to its fullest extent. The expansion project was voted on by the county board as a wave 3 project. Right now, that's not slated to be completed until December of 2025. And as with any project that you want to move up on the list, something has to move back because we are borrowing money until the sales tax money all comes in. And so it's a very strict process in which the projects are laid out to meet the funds that are available. So I know the knee-jerk reaction is make the project go faster. Something has to give and be slid to the right. And I believe we've moved that one up to the front of the wave 3 projects already. So December 2025, as it stands right now, for the 300 student expansion. And we'll be taking a look at all of the District 4 high school numbers as they now have come in, compare the building capacity with how the schools are being programmed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gadsden.
Dr. Fraser?
Yes, my question is related to the CAS program in Charleston. Could you tell us how that program has impacted enrollment in the district? And I mean, it's a beautiful building. Do we have students being enrolled in the programs? Is it being underutilized? And just a little bit about what's going on there.
Well, I have hearsay. I'm hearing that it's not being used like how it should be. I'm hearing that it's only like 93 students enrolled. And the way they do their classes, I think they're based on by semesters. So I'm not really an expertise on CS, but from my understanding, that is not being utilized how it should be utilized.
Thank you.
One quick question on the rezoning, and I think I got the North Charleston and Stall numbers, but on the elementary school rezoning, did that rezoning get through?
Oh, yeah, that went perfectly. It was more of the administration at one of the schools. I don't want to, that was pushing back. So, and then of course, he or she had their community members pushing on us. So I don't too much care for that type of behavior. And I think more highly of administration that they would not put our constituent board in that type of situation, a hostile situation. So we need to be adults, accept decisions. Also, I meant to state that there needs to be, as far as a policy on who can appeal attendance line decision. And 6 months, coming back 6 months after the decision has been made, that's unacceptable. But it was allowed, but it's unacceptable.
Good, great, good input. Anybody else have any questions? Thank you for the work out there.
Thank you.
Okay, District 9, Monica Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Monica Smith, the chair. We have Cheryl Glover, who's the vice chair. We have Renee Bligent, Pat Klein, Reverend Gertrude Smalls Ford, Leon Green, and Dr. Karen Simmons. So I just want us to turn to where you have the student transfer concerns. Enforcing the policy JFABC, consistently support the constituent board decisions, log transfers requests at the constituent board level, students not wanting Montessori in upper grades, and Angel Oak capacity over enrollment. So that's some of the students' concerns we have coming to us a lot. Everybody want to go to Angel Oak. I don't know why. And then let's transfer. Oh, the intended zone concerns. Need data for Mount Zion Early Head Start. Support the Board of Trustees Constituent Board decisions to establish the primary and educational elementary schools on Johns Island. plan for the transportation or / the traffic to and from the new schools. We're gonna go to the student discipline appeal concerns. Workshop training on cultural awareness to deal with racial intimidation. Class time for review of code of conduct. Excuse me. Continue training in the restorative practice for middle school and high school staff and board members. Address the administrator's attitude and attendance at hearings. Provide cases in a timely manner. Provide continuing discipline training. Provide a list of available ESL service available to District 9. Status in climate room and kits at District 9. Excuse me. Collaborate with the school administration when multiple students are involved in cases. So now we're going down to strategic recommendations. Input from District 9 Board, community, and school staff concerning the future of Mount Zion as it gets converted into a family engagement center. The District 9 Board had recommended that the Mary Ford Early Learning Family Center be the gold standard for Mount Zion future. Update on EL curriculum at all 3 elementary schools. Provide the staff of Project Lead the Way at Hub Gap and St. John's. Active SIC at all 5 schools with the constituent board attendance with increased diversity and community participation. Increased diversity and attendance in the PTA and PTO at schools. Post time and locations of SIC and PTA on the school website. Participate in community organizations. Continue to receive and read Board of Trustees meetings recaps. Increase the number of students enrolled in the gifted and talented programs. Invite principals to pre-test data to board and share concerns, success and concerns. Become aware of specific school needs and report to the board. Continue to receive information from the CCSD liaison concerning District 9 schools. Receive regular updates in demographic student population growth and Title I status. Continue to encourage students and families to attend local neighborhood schools by providing tours, establishing relationships with the community organizations and churches. Provide information to families in District 9 about the West Ashley Center for the Advanced Studies. Provide District 9 with data regarding schools in each of the newly established voting districts. Establish data for meet and greet among District 9 schools to avoid scheduling conflicts. Allow the constituent board to have more of a voice in matters concerning schools in District 9. Ensure elect officials are recognized by the school administration during school-based events. Improve relationships between school administrators and the constituent board members. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for, well, thank you first. Any questions for the D9 constituent board?
I don't have any questions, but just to Mr. Kennedy, I've heard a couple of times from just from the reports that has been presented about training with constituent boards. How often do we do those, and have that been modified to include some of the concerns that they are presenting here thus far?
Yeah, we do have schedules for constituent board training. Toshiba, could you give us that schedule?
Yes, sir. So the constituent boards are trained in the areas of student transfer.
I'm sorry, use the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The constituent board members are trained annually in the areas of student transfers, parliamentary procedures, meeting conduct, of course, and student discipline. In previous years, we have tried to do the student discipline piece twice. We've experienced just a few challenges over the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but we have been working with staff as well as the Office of General Counsel to schedule that training as soon as possible, and keeping in mind that there will be some new members on the board following the November election. So we're definitely looking forward to training following the election.
Is there an opportunity for constituent boards to submit trainings of the special area where they may need, as far as they may be struggling with, as far as their hearings are concerned, or the duties that they do have? Is there an opportunity for that?
Yes, sir. And we've worked with formerly the Department of Alternative Programs on scheduling one-on-one sessions with the boards individually, so they get training as a whole. And we've also scheduled one-on-one sessions where we do kind of mock scenarios where they're allowed to address and discuss concerns that may be specific to that particular constituent district, just so they can get some personal support in addition to what's provided overall.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank
I-
you. Yes.
I
ma'am.
have one more comment
Yes,
that
ma'am.
I know we are really concerned. We're concerned about the Mount Sign being turned into a family engagement center. We really, and we talk with different parents and at different schools, and the district board had recommended that the Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Center be the gold standard for the Mount Zion future. So instead of it being a family engagement, we wanted it to be set up like the Mary Ford for the early learning for the younger children. Because of the traveling that's going to take place when the new Mount Zion is built, we have kids way down on the other side that are young, and they got to be on that bus by themselves to travel to the new Mount Zion. So that we are really concerned about that because they're so young.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. We
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next is District 10, Joy Brown.
Thank you all, for the board, for the opportunity to present our annual report. Special thanks to Miss Gold and Miss Champagne for all the work they do for us. And then we have Miss Simmons, Mr. Cobb, Miss Pilkey, and Miss Rivers, who sit in with us for a lot of time. They spend a lot of time with us. So we really appreciate everything they do for us. Constituent boards are elected officials. We have close relationships with our administrators, teachers, parents, students. One of my favorite things that we got to do was sit in to see West Ashley High School students walk across the stage. That is something I will always treasure. We are valuable assets. We put in a lot of work. And as you can hear from my fellow constituent board members, we are not feeling heard. We hope that you will, or the next board will continue communication and utilize all of our hard work that we've got elected by the community. I'm sorry ahead of time, Maggie, or whoever's doing the slides. I'm going to go out of order, but I do want to start. Usually I wouldn't read off of the paper, but I think it's really important for you to know just how much work we do. All right. So our responsibility is to assign students to non-magnet local schools and constituent district, subject to appeal by the CCSD Board of Trustees, to consider and determine student transfer requests subject, oh, is that again? Oh, yes. Subject to appeal to the CCSD Board of Trustees, to hear and decide student discipline appeals and cases subject to appeal by the CCSD Board of Trustees, and then make our annual recommendations. We do a lot of work. We had 42 constituent board meetings in D10, 19 regular called meetings, and 23 special call meetings. So that means we had a lot of disciplinary hearings. We processed 148 student transfer requests. You guys see your packets and they're intimidating. Imagine the size of the packets that we get for student transfers. And then we had this year, unfortunately, 110 disciplinary cases. That means we have troubles in our schools. And instead of being supported by the board, we had things overturned and appealed, or overturned. Parents have the right to appeal, obviously, but we had them overturned without regard for the decisions that we make and why we make them. Like I said, we work very closely with the schools, and so we do have a different understanding. We have a perspective that maybe you guys don't get to share. I'm going to skip over to the strategic recommendations. This is something that has been on the report since 2016, communication. It has remained a top priority for us in D10, also I think across the other constituent districts. And we would like to make sure that we are included in things that have to do with our schools, especially if it has to do with potential future rezoning or something like that. I will give a quick example. We weren't invited to a board community hearings regarding the D10 middle school issue. We had to cancel or reschedule our meeting so that we could attend. We had one board member attend our meetings all of the 21-22 school year. We have 9 board members, 3 people that are supposed to represent D10. We had 1 member that came. We hope that you will take the time in the future, or any board member would take the time in the future to really get to know what we do, why we do it, and why we care so deeply. We would like to advocate for a per diem increase for constituent board members. Like I said, we spend several hours, lots of late nights, and it's a lot of work, and I would never trade it for the world. It's wonderful. It's wonderful work, but it is really, really difficult. It is really hard, and we put a lot of thought and effort into it. So as far as the attendance zones concerns, we look forward to seeing hopefully an update on the C.E. Williams Middle School and an update on the attendance projections for West Ashley High School. If you've driven by West Ashley, you see there are no woods anymore. It's going to be a huge apartment complex. So we just want to get an update on that if we can, to make sure we can fit everybody. We would love to work with the board to streamline policy JFABC. We believe that the transfer appeals need to be vetted with the same scrutiny that we give. So we hear, now I understand there are data points, but our schools are more than data. So if there are some classrooms that just simply cannot hold 21 or 22 students for whatever reason that is, we have to take that into consideration. So if schools are telling us that they have a wait list, they have a wait list. So we take that into consideration when we make these when we make the student transfer plans and decisions. And so we need you to hear us out. We need you to at least consider that there might be a reason that we don't allow a student, or we don't place a student Because really, if you're placing students without regard for our decisions, our thought out decisions, you're potentially putting schools in a bad spot, and it's not fair to other parents. Discipline hearings, discipline concerns. As I said, we had 110 hearings, so that's not including all of the ones seen by DAP. And that's not to say that our students are bad students. It has been a hard year. We have seen that firsthand, how difficult this has been for the students. That's why you see me up here a lot talking about mental and behavioral health concerns, because I am here, I see it. We are on the ground, all of us. So we just want to make sure that there's some consistencies. These are some issues that we have said in the past. Consistencies with the cases being presented, consistency with packets. And we have worked with our principals and they are doing better, but we would like to see some improvement still. I do want to say thank you to DAP and all the DAP representatives for all the hard work they do. And we would like to see, more engagement from the schools to assess the academic, mental health, and social emotional needs of our students. And again, we're talking about appeals. I wish that the board would consider why we make decisions that we make. I think that that's really important. We never want to expel students. There are decisions that we make for very good reasons, and we'd like at least some kind of consideration in that. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the D10 board?
No?
Anybody?
All right.
Okay, I think that the because we are running ahead, which is great. I think that the D20 and D23 representatives might not be here yet, but if you are, Fran, are you here? Or Reverend Charles Glover? I don't think I've seen either one of them. Okay, so. Well, let me look. We could do public comments. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. We'll give that for. Okay, so we're gonna pause our constituent board input for just a minute and do public comments. And then we'll hopefully by the time we do that, our two other representatives from D20 and D23 will be here. But so far, thanks so much, everybody. It's been really helpful input. All right, Ms. Waters, public comment.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Darby. So we did receive online and in-person signups for today. The first in-person comment is actually Joy Brown. Want to come back up?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mack, Vice Chair Waters, and board. Long time no see. I am here in a different, actually, I'm going to officially take this hat off. I am here in a different capacity, not as a constituent board member, but as a parent and advocate. I want to thank you all and district staff for all the hard work you did with those community meetings. I feel like it was a short time, but you guys pulled it together and there was a lot of work done. There was a lot of data points. And even though the meetings were not well attended, it's still a good start. And it makes me really hopeful for the future, knowing that we can have these kind of community engagement sessions with no outside interest. We can do this within the district. And so that's really, really exciting. So even though I will say, I don't exactly agree with the new governance initiative that's happening, I do hope that we will take our time. I know that there is a time crunch, but I think that with most of you, you're not going to be here soon. I mean, some of you just won't be here, and then some of you are up for election. And so I think that I would love to slow things down a little bit when it comes to the superintendent search. I feel like the superintendent search was put on the back burner since December. I mean, it's been since December. Mr. Kennedy is doing a good job. I've heard really good things. I feel like the rush, I was listening to a board governance ad hoc meeting where it was brought up to talk about the superintendent search. And it was mentioned by Cindy, I believe, that it wasn't the appropriate committee, that you needed to have another ad hoc committee. Sorry, I thought I had 10 minutes. I forgot. Anyway, I just ask that you maybe take a little bit of time for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carol Temple. No, I'm sorry. Miss Temple is not here. I don't see her. Okay. Jonathan Davis.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? My name's John Davis, and I know all of you have heard from me one way or the other before. These are my kids. They're twins. Pretty awesome kids right here. We're lucky. They were womb mates, right? Wife only had to do it once. Lucky for her, right? And there are a lot of shaky voices up here, and I'm going to join to it. But so in 2019, my daughter got the opportunity to do the abuse thing. And because she's a twin, so did my son. She got in, he did not. And that forced me, this guy right here, with a really tough decision, which was to split my twins up or forfeit this tremendous opportunity for my daughter. And I thought about it a lot. And I thought, well, man, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth, we're going to have tons of opportunities to get Caleb in. And so I made the decision. I was like, let's go, let's do it. Let's give her this opportunity. And almost the second we sent that paperwork in, you guys changed abuse altogether. So all the data that I had to go off to make that decision changed immediately. And you took 2 opportunities away from my family and my son. And it's not been easy. And now I understand you're reconsidering it. And I've talked to everybody. I've exhausted everything, every emotion that I have in my body to find out what the right thing to do is, because I feel guilty for this decision because it's causing real strife to my kids and to me and my wife. It's not easy, right? But the only thing that we've been told is that it's your decision and that you are the authority. And I understand why abuse needed some changes, and I support that. I think that's a great initiative. But I'm just asking you, when you got twins, it's different. And this ain't data. It's real people. It's my kid. It's my family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. That concludes our in-person signups. The comments submitted online dealt with the goals and guardrails process, as well as well, they were really all about the goals and the guardrails.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go back into our constituent board updates. Our next one is District 20. I think I saw District 20 board members come in. So y'all are up.
Thank you, Superintendent Kennedy and School Board. We're happy to be here to provide you with our recommendations for the year and our update. Our members right here, Diana Yarborough, she's not here, Stefania Drozba, I'm Downing Child. We have Fran Cosby here, Regina Duggins, Barbara Graham Holmes, and Katie Preston. So our responsibility, similar to our other constituent school boards, to assign students to non-magnet local schools in our district, subject to appeal, to consider and determine student transfer requests, subject to appeal, to hear and decide student discipline appeals, subject to appeal, and to make annual recommendations to CCSD Board of Trustees relative to our educational affairs in our district. As far as student transfer concerns, we are not overwhelmed by student transfers, unlike some other districts, and we have no concerns at this moment. Attendance zone concerns. D20 does not have the high school student numbers to support an equal opportunity high school, and our high school population continues to decline. Even if all of our high school students, all of the ones downtown, 456 total, attended the same downtown school, which we know will not happen because we have many magnet options in place, we would not have nearly enough students to support a competitive high school on par with schools in surrounding areas. This majorly limits opportunities for growth, discovery, learning, athletics, and beyond. Burke High School should continue to develop as a magnet program, but D20 residents should have access to neighboring schools via the CCSD school choice process, bypassing the constituent school board transfer policy. Any questions?
We'll ask questions at the end.
Okay. Okay, in terms of student discipline appeal concerns, as every year, our students with discipline records have many red flags prior to coming before our board. So many of their problems could be addressed earlier with adequate mental health resources, including counseling. We need generous funds directed to professionals who can offer immediate emotional, social, and academic intervention to students with red flags for depression, aggression, and learning problems. We're seeing a lot of all of these things. So we also need to extend plentiful resources to resource-challenged families who are striving to support our students. Our strategic recommendations are as follows. Devote robust social, emotional, and counseling resources to D20 schools and communities. Support our families. Support Burke High School as a full magnet program. Develop an early learning and family center for pre-K students and families in District 20. Allow District 20 residents entry to surrounding high schools, including Lucy Beckham High School, through the school choice program, providing equal opportunities in academics, extracurricular activities, and sports. Give D20 residents priority in early college high school, which is housed in an historic downtown school building. And finally, unfortunately, we have learned that our communities are full of guns. So we recommend installing walk-through metal detectors for concealed weapons, the kind that they have in Spartanburg, where you just walk through, you don't have to take out all your stuff like you do at the airport, walk through and they recognize guns. Something's going to go terribly wrong if we don't do this now, we feel. And that's it.
Okay, that's all, everything on your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, do you all have any questions for D20? Yep, Dr. French.
So I understand the reason for your concerns about the student population in your area, but you're asking for a very special solution to this.
It is a unique problem.
No, it is not.
Mm.
Our rural schools have very similar problems.
I understand that.
Please stop interrupting me.
Excuse me.
I just want to say that bypassing the constituent school board transfer policy, that I really don't see why you think that your students should be able to do that, and that students who live in D20 shouldn't have a priority to attend Burke High School, as suggested by your wanting to make it a full magnet. I don't think it's fair to do that for D20 when we don't do it for D1, and we don't do it for D23, and we don't do it for any other school districts.
Can I respond?
Yes.
So yes, there are very small schools in other areas, in rural areas. This is downtown Charleston. And what's not fair is that students do not have similar access to in our own zone school for high academics, competitive, AP classes. We have a school where not one child has passed an AP. We have very limited sports. We have practically no sports. We have a situation where we can't fix this because we don't have the student numbers because high school is really a numbers game. You have to have the numbers to be able to provide, all of the kind of opportunities that kids in high school deserve. They deserve to go in, not to say in freshman year, I want this kind of class. They go to high school to experience and learn what they want to do. And they need to have a lot of opportunities. And if they're kids who are happy to go to Burke, we can have priority, that's fine. But it simply is not equitable to have our options be limited to such a small school. That's not going to change. We need to have the same kinds of opportunities for athletics, for extracurricular, and for academics that all of our other communities around us have. And this is why this is it. I hear from so many parents, this is really, really stressful and, unfair that we don't have the same kind of access to opportunities that our neighboring schools have. Families that are happy at Burke High School, that's great. I see a place for Burke High School. It's just a very small school.
Anybody else have questions for D20?
We've just also been respectful of everyone else, and that was pretty disrespectful. To interrupt her, every district has said concerns that they've had, and Ms. Child was presenting the concerns that they have for District 20.
I did not interrupt her. I was asking a question. We can talk about this later.
Also driving the traffic pattern from downtown to West Ashley High School is a lot. I agree that downtown residents should have more options.
Okay, so question, Dan.
Yes.
In recommending that Burke be a magnet, what is y'all's, do y'all have a vision, or what is y'all's vision for what that would be? Like making a magnet?
Well, Burke is currently a partial magnet. So that part of the school can continue to be developed, and it can continue to be an option on the school choice, docket.
Okay.
So, and I think that we have good leadership and certainly an active alumni community in place that can help develop that. I certainly have some ideas, but, that I think that is kind of an aside.
If you think of it, keeping the zone, so keeping it as a constituent magnet where you keep the zone piece. So kids live in the zone, they can go to school there, but then also have another option is basically what you're describing.
Exactly. At the school choice moment, when parents sign up, residents from D20 should have other options, because we simply cannot provide equitable opportunities in all of these areas for our D20 students. We just need more students to be able to do that.
All right, any other questions? Yeah.
What is the constituent board doing to engage the families that are currently have students attending Burke? And do you know what they think about this type of proposal?
I can't speak for all of our families, but I know that we have been involved with the SIC at different capacities. We've met with all of the principals, the principal D20 board about this kind of, I've definitely talked to some other leaders about this idea. And I think for the most part, people are very passionate about, of course, keeping Burke as an option and having Burke grow and thrive. But also people are interested in providing better opportunities for downtown students. So I think having both options available and, to support both options is something that this suggestion accomplishes. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Dr. Frazier?
I just want to make a comment. Because of gentrification, we have seen Burke transition from a huge school with activities football,
Yes, ma'am.
all of that. What do you see as a solution to a problem where all of most of the Black families have been pushed out of the area? And what we have now are white families who are coming into Burke and saying, we need to circumvent a process. And are you including the fact that there are other avenues of dealing with the issues now at Burke? Because we have the Friends of Burke who are saying, we want to keep Burke. This is our school. And it's being taken over by white families because our Black families cannot afford to live downtown. So there's a lot of animosity centered around where Burke used to be and where it is now. And how do you plan to address that as a constituent board member or as a unit?
Well, that is a very complicated issue.
It sure is.
And so this is my third term, so I don't think that I have the solution to this. But I do think that, I do not think that white families are taking over Burke. I think that, first of all, it's mostly, the plaque outside of Burke says serving African-American students for 100 years. And for the most part, it is still, 100% African-American. And it has a wonderful history and it's very important to our community. And so I think that families, white and Black, can continue to support Burke High School. But that individually as parents and students need to have a choice of, more options if they want that. If they don't, and they want to go to a small school that is Burke High School, then they can have that option too. But I think everyone in the community wants to see both a successful, Burke High School, and also many people want to have other options. But I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer that's more concrete and that's easier.
Okay, any other questions? Thank y'all very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms. Darby.
Thank you.
And-
Thank you.
And our last presentation is from D23, Reverend Charles Glover. You have the floor, the podium.
I'd just like to say good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, staff, and everybody else that's in their respective places. I'm here to give 21-22 annual report for District 23. Constituent District Board of Trustees responsibilities to assign students non-magnet local schools in the constituent district subject to appeal of CCSD Board of Trustees. 2, consider determine students transfer requests subject to appeals of CCSD Board of Trustees. 3, to hear decide students discipline appeals subject to appeals to the CCSD Board of Trustees. 4, make annual recommendation to CCSD Board of Trustees relative to the educational affair of its district. Students transfer. Jane Evans Elementary School, 4 transfers. We would like to make our school more inviting and competitive so that we may have other students that are zoned for District 23 to return. Attendance zone. We look at the current zoning for our 2 elementary schools. Neither school has reached capacity, and based on the projection of the 21-22 enrollment, we will still have room to accommodate our students in the best interest. As the communities continue to grow, we would like to revisit the concern later. Also, let us continue to educate our parents of the offering of the West Ashley Center for Advanced Studies located at the campus of West Ashley High School. BAPSIL students can remain enrolled at BAPSIL and take the classes at the center. This will minimize the number of transfer requests due to not having the program desired offered at the zoned school. attending zone concerns. West Ashley Center for Advancement Studies will serve District 9, 10, and 23, and will offer the following programs: arts, AV technology and communications, health science, information technology, science technology, engineering and math, manufacturing, transportation, distribution, and logistics. Students discipline and appeals. During the 2021 school year, we've had a total of 3 discipline hearings that were heard by District 23 Constituent Board. We have also noticed a great decrease in the number of discipline hearing. 2019, 2020, 18 numbers of hearing, 2020, 2021, 9 numbers of hearing, 2021, 22, 3 hearings. Strategic recommendations. Concern to develop a strategic plan to assist principals in increasing parental and community involvement. Continue to effectively participate in community organizations in conjunction with our board meeting. Continue to secure equitable funding for all District 23 schools. Incentive for teachers working in the rural areas. Baptist Hill extends stadium bleachers play area to ensure safety on the visitor side. Baptist Hill add cosmetologist program and mental counseling, grief assistant for parents and students. That concludes my annual report for the 21-22 school year. Any questions?
You did a great job. All right. As I'm putting candy in my mouth. Any questions? Reverend Martin?
Not a question to Reverend Glover, but hopefully to help address some concerns. Mr. Baroe, there's a opportunity for athletic improvement for D23, is there not? Or that's slated?
We have a number of projects slated for District 23 in certain order. We just completed the scoreboard, as you know. Our next big project will be a bleacher project, and that's upgrading the home bleachers. The project that Mr. Glover, Reverend Glover is referring to, we've provided pictures from that site over the course of the last full year. The vegetation is cleared behind those bleachers, the 3 or 4 foot behind the bleachers to the fence, and another 5 foot on the other side of the fence line. So there wasn't any plan to upgrade the visitors bleachers at this time. Certainly something we can take a look at, but that was the current scope.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any other, Dr. Frazier?
Yes. I previously served on the constituent board. Reverend Glover, you left out the fact that you all feel as if you need a pay increase. Now, I don't see that one on here. Okay, but we'll go ahead and add that. The other concern, because you do work hard, and we understand that. I don't know whether this board has all members have the knowledge of the work that's involved in the constituent board level, but we do work hard, and we thank you for the work that you do. I want to get back to Baptist Hill because this is something that's going on in the area. And the fact is that we have a dual educational system in D23. We have our Black students who attend Baptist Hill, and then we have our white students who attend a school that was predominantly white at one time, but now it's a charter school. And what we want to do, and I know Ms. Huggins has a plan in place, and I want to thank you for that, to take a look at how we can retain those students who are leaving us thinking that they're getting a better education at the charter school. So that is in progress, and thank you and your team for doing that. I'd also like to say something about the D23 community. Football is that community. Without football, I think that many of our students, especially our Black male students, would not even attend school. So I'd like to ask this board that we take a look at maybe setting aside expenditures so that we can get a new football stadium. I can't attend football games because we're still dealing with cement bleachers. So hopefully, while I'm on the board, and I plan to be here another 2 to 6 years, I'm working on it, guys. I'm having my 72nd birthday tomorrow. I want to do something good for my community, and I want you guys to get behind me and supporting me, and let's make Baptist Hill one of our #1 schools. We have been neglected over the years, and it's time to move forward to make this a good, great school. And I thank the staff who now working with me to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Glover.
Can I speak?
And all of the other presentations, you all did a great job. We thank you so much.
Ms. Coates?
Can I speak?
Oh, Reverend Glover. Preachers always before first.
I would just like to say, as far as the bleachers were concerned, I think Mr. Baroy said there's nothing in place for that. That is a great concern in the community. I go back there. I know what's happening back there. If you think that, if you would rather somebody to be injured or be bitten by a snake or something, then that's on you. I brought it to the board. This is like if you go back and check the minutes, it's in our minutes for the past 3 or 4 years. It's been brought up. And also, there's a canal that's behind it. That's why the concern is so great to have it changed over to a concrete bleachers with the metal seats. Safety is always first. That's my understanding. If it's not for you, then that's on you. But I can assure you somebody will pay the price if somebody get bit by a snake. The vegetation needs to be cleared out. The trees need to be cleared out. I don't want to hear no parent coming to me crying, but their son got bit by a snake and died. That's going to be on CCSD, not me. I brought it to you. You need to fix it. If y'all could spend $11 million or allocate it to a school in Mount Pleasant, but then y'all could come in and put another bleacher in. Not only that, the 30 acres that's adjacent, you haven't received the letter yet, but I brought it before in a meeting on several occasions. There's 30 acres that's adjacent to the school that's for sale. We need a parking lot. We need to extend our facilities. That's a great opportunity for us to do that. We can spend money in other school districts. Let's spend some in District 23.
Reverend Gov, yep. Direct that towards us. I think Cindy had a question for you.
So it's not a question for you, sir. It's actually based on one of the things that you've said multiple times. It's more for the district. And when we did the current 1 cent sales tax or the ending 1 cent sales tax, there was a plan in place to provide not only opportunity, but access to career technology programs that were equitable across the district. And that was presentation after presentation from staff explaining why this was a necessary 1 cent expense. And I would just ask that before we get too much further down the road and these initiatives don't seem to be remembered as they were presented, is that we take a serious look at the fact that a lot of that money was approved and voted on by the voters because we said it would create access and opportunity to career technology schools. And here we are at the end of this program, hearing a consistent theme that that's not happening. And I would just ask that we take a serious look at what was said and whether it worked or what we need to do. But I know that we did really well doing Montessori throughout the district. We can do it when we have the will to do so. But I'm hearing a theme that says we don't have equitable access to career and technology programs. And I'm balancing that against a multitude of presentations that said, here's how we will provide access to these programs. I'd like the district to close that gap.
Are you referring to the Phase 4 program? I just need to know which program.
The one that built the West Ashley CAS and the one that built the North Charleston CAS, that presentation would be the one you guys look at to see what we were talking about.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you for
Thank you.
coming. And I just wanted to say thanks to everybody who came and for one, took the time with your board to come up with your presentations and your issues. I think everyone was listening and taking notes, and I'm sure we'll follow up. And please know that we appreciate the work you do. We also appreciate the work that the staff does, and the staff spends a huge amount of time supporting our constituent boards along with whatever their other day-to-day responsibilities are. So thanks to all of the staff who does that, because there are multiple people doing that. So thank you for your input, and we will continue to move on to Student Outcomes Strategic Education Committee. Ms. Herderick.
Thanks, Ms. Darby. So first up is textbook selection, early fall, summer electives. The report is in, but Ms. Huggins?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Hardrick. We do have 5 different items under SCC today. The first is the textbook selection. We have, I think Dr. Davis here, we're going to Ms. Simmons. We'll take care of that. The early learning expansion and symposium updates will be Dr. Anthony Dixon and Ms. Kim Foxworth are here. Ms. Simmons will lead the update on summer enrichment camp. We're excited to share with you some brief data points on what our summer work looked like with children and the gains that we think they made. Ms. Simmons would then talk a little about Boost enrollment recommendations, and Mr. Kennedy will lead a piece on the board goals and guardrails. So thank you, Ms. Herderick. Ms. Simmons, textbook selection.
For sure. Thank you, Ms. Hedrick and Ms. Huggins. Good afternoon, Reverend Mack, Ms. Waters, board members, Superintendent Kennedy, and our viewing public. So we have 4 science textbooks and 1 physical education high school textbook to bring forward today. Typically, Dr. Jerome Davis brings this information forward. He's a little under the weather, so you have me instead, standing in his stead, but he is on Zoom to answer any questions you may have, technical questions that I may not be able to answer. So I ask that you please bear with me as I go through the technical aspects of the background information. In accordance with state law, the South Carolina Board of Education has the responsibility and duty to adopt recommended instructional materials used for instruction in the public schools of South Carolina. Schools may use state funding to select items from the state board adopted list. In South Carolina, instructional materials review panels made up of educators and members of the public appointed by the State Board of Education are responsible for reviewing and recommending items for adoption by the board every 6 years. Schools can then use state funding to select instructional resources and materials from the state board adopted list for instruction. A CCSD Science Instructional Materials Committee composed of representatives from each high school review the recommended text through a digital format due to the pandemic, including textbook layouts and digital programming of the text. Individual schools held open houses for material review and provided electronic access for community members to offer feedback. Additionally, an open house was held August 10th through 20th, 2022 for community input. The lateness of this particular adoption is a result of the information being received from the State Department after the typical adoption process enacted by school districts across South Carolina when anticipated textbooks are on the horizon. In short, the list of recommended textbooks before you today were not approved during the typical timeline followed by the State Board of Education. These are high school textbooks. They do not require purchase of science kits. And so for recommendation today, we have an astronomy textbook, earth science, marine science, and environmental science. And so our recommendation, I will group these separately with the physical education. It is the recommendation of district administration that you approve the high school science textbook series presented for adoption and in your portfolio of information.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Any questions?
So you mentioned, you sort of answered my question. Why is this coming so late? What was the delay? It was from the State Department of Education, and what was the delay? How, if we don't know, we need to know what it was so it doesn't happen again.
So it did come from the State Department. School had already started by the time we received the information, hence the reason we're bringing it to you on a tardy basis. But it was out of our control, more or less.
And so just because of that logistically, what does this look like when these get approved on October 24th? Are the students currently using this material, or are we doing a shift out for these kids at that time? wondering if the board needs to put this on the special call meeting today. I don't know how you morph from this approval into the 22-23 school year.
So currently, the students are currently using the old textbooks right now. And at the end of the semester, we will, as soon as this is approved, we can begin ordering the textbooks in preparation for second semester. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're not even in our possession at this point. So this
Correct.
would be okay, thank you.
Correct.
Good afternoon. I'm Christy James. I'm the district textbook coordinator. I also work with libraries. But we have had a lot of out of order adoptions from the state. You probably noticed we had multiple approvals for you this spring. Part of that is the state making use of ESSER funding. So they were looking to try to make the best use of that. So instead of the typical process that starts in late fall and is reviewed in the spring, we were getting a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, and that has resulted in books being selected, needing to be reviewed at inopportune times. So the idea is that once we have approval from the board officially at the board meeting at the end of the month, these will be available. We'll put in that information to the state so the state knows that these are our selections and schools will be able to order those immediately. Honestly, we'll leave it up to probably the instructional specialist to figure out what will make the most sense, if starting to use those materials immediately in mid to late November makes sense, or if it will make more sense to wait until semester 2. And that probably depends on the course and how it's offered as well. But the instructional specialists and our textbook department are doing our best to keep up with whatever the state is providing for us.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the proposal as presented.
Second.
I will not speak to the background information for physical education because it is identical, but I will give you the administrative considerations.
Where's this?
We made a motion.
Oh, I thought we had to do it at special call.
Yep. we're ready.
Do
The approval of that motion.
do we need to do each one?
I think it's
The
it
motion.
lumps, the motion's a
Yeah.
lump. It says approve the recommendations listed below.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't know she was bringing two motions forward.
Oh, that's other books that you want to present.
Right.
What
If
are
we
the
could-
other ones?
It's one high school physical education.
Move to approve.
Second.
Where is that?
It's one of the ones on this list.
Yes,
right?
it's-
Right. They're all still on this same list. We're just going to lump them together and approve. them.
And you have all the background information in board docs.
Perfect. All right, we are voting.
Perfect.
Ms. Coakley and Ms. Green. Ms. Green, how do you vote?
I've been on and off, so I'm going to abstain on that.
Thank you. That motion passes. Next up, item 4B, the early learning expansion.
This comes to you as information. We've got Ms. Kim Foxworth here to go through a few slides about what we as a district are attempting to do to expand early learning opportunities for students now, and an opportunity November 30th to engage in an early learning symposium. Thank you, Ms. Foxworth, for your leadership on this. We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board Chair Mack, Vice Chair Waters, and the Board of Trustees. As Ms. Huggins said, I'm briefly here to talk about how we're expanding this current school year as well as the expansion. As well as the symposium. So under my department, we have 3 programs, 4K Child Development, Head Start, and Early Head Start. So I'll briefly touch on what we're doing in each of those programs. So 4K is the year before kindergarten, and we do have a waiting list at some of our schools. Our focus is across the district to offer families who are on the waiting list an opportunity to attend pre-K at a school near them, or maybe on their way to work, or near another family member. So we are in constant conversation with every single family on the waiting list if they're still interested in attending pre-K this year. There's 2 schools in North Charleston that have a waiting list. They're the only schools in District 4 that have a waiting list, and they are Latson and AC Cochran. So our initial plan is to utilize Pepper Hill. Elementary Pepper Hill is under enrolled and has enough students, enough space to accommodate the students from Latson. We are trying to be creative and working with the transportation team and offer a bus specifically for 4K students to go to Pepper Hill. We are also offering the same option to the families at AC Cochran. We've had quite a few take us up on it, and we're in the planning phases and working with the transportation team to figure out what is safest and best for these children to get to Pepper Hill. So that is underway. We are also planning to open up 2 classrooms in District 2. We have over 100 kids combined on the waiting list in District 2. So we know we have space right now at Laurel Hill Primary. So we know 1 class is going to be there. And then we're looking at other classrooms. As you can hear from there's overcrowding. So we're just trying to find space in District 2. All right. And so that's for our plans for 4K. For 3K and how under my department is Head Start. Primarily, we are doing the same thing. We are offering families on the Head Start waiting list spaces that become available. Remember, Head Start is our Head Start funding is based on the students being in the classroom. So we always are trying to keep those classrooms filled, because if the kids aren't there, we don't get the funding. And so we keep those classrooms filled. We don't have very many spots. And so one thing we're looking at is some of our under-enrolled schools like Ellington, under-enrolled for CD, Ellington and Goodwin. We're working with the principals and teachers to make those 3-4 combination schools. So for example, Goodwin had 8 3K Head Start students on their wait list. Instead of keeping them on the wait list, and Goodwin has some space. We're bringing them in with the support of the principal and the teachers. We're going to bring them in next week. And so we'll have a couple of those classrooms will be multi-age. So we're excited to be able to utilize and bring up funding and bring up enrollment with our classrooms. And then the last one is Early Head Start. Early Head Start is our infants through 3 years old. We have over 500 children on the waiting list, and that's just, we only can serve 181. Once again, that is funding is based on having the children in the classrooms. And so one thing we're looking at is we do have space at Minnie Hughes. Minnie Hughes has a 30+-ish waiting list in Early Head Start, and we do have room at Minnie Hughes to open another classroom. It will not be Early Head Start because they have met their funding enrollment. It'll be infant toddler class acting and looking just like the Early Head Start classroom. So we have plans to open 1 additional infant toddler class at Minnie Hughes with a possible second, depending on if we can make some space modifications. We only, in the district, out of the 184 spots, we only have openings at Stahl in our teen parent program and St. James Santee. So we'll continue to fill those spots. So that's all I have for expansion. I'm excited about the opportunities we're able to provide families this year. The last thing I just want to hit on is an exciting opportunity for our community, which is an early learning kindergarten readiness symposium. It's going to be November 30th. Where? We're not sure yet, but we will know soon. Why? Because as you know, although I'm very happy and I'm so excited that in Charleston County, we get to serve many kids. Not all of our kids who come to kindergarten come from CCSD's pre-K program. They come from family home childcare providers. They come from child development centers. They come from homes. And so we want to make sure that we convene all early childhood stakeholders in our county around a common indicators of kindergarten readiness. We want to also look at obstacles to determine why children are not being exposed to or experiencing these early learning opportunities. And so the exciting part is this aligns very nicely with the student success indicators that is being led in our district, because we want to make sure that we share these common expectations with our providers so that no matter where they come from, our program or community program or family childcare home, that all children enter kindergarten ready. And so the last slide is just some stakeholders that you will see that we've engaged. The focus is we want to bring the local childcare providers to the table. We want to really show that we are partners with them, that we're all doing the same thing. Obviously, our principals and teachers on the district level, there's a lot of support agencies from ABC Quality to CCR&R in the state that all work to support early childhood in our community. Of course, our city and county leaders, our community partners that support children 0 to 5. We're going to invite BabyNet and of course our Child Find who we're over, and then obviously colleges and universities. So the planning is underway. Hopefully we'll have a space identified soon, but hope to see you all there. And thank you for all your support of early learning. Any questions for me?
Go ahead, Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Ms. Huggins, Ms. Foxworth. You all are doing a great job in reaching the population for those students, especially in Head Start. It's my understanding that there are 25 on the waiting list, many hues, and we can only accommodate 8 of those children.
We're going to try to do 16. One thing about Head Start and early Head Start, it is critical that we have a little bit of a waiting list, because it's the only way we can continue our funding is if we have students. And so as soon as somebody comes off, we place them in. So we're going to have a small waiting list. For sure, we're going to open 8 if the space allows, because we have to make some modifications for it to be DSS compliant. Then we'll open 2 and it'll be 16. The maximum amount is 8 per class.
I started with the district with the program. It's called Mother Read, and I've discussed this with the superintendent, where home visitors went into the homes and worked with parents of these children, so that I'd like for this group to take a look at that program. It has been very successful throughout the country in reaching those families. It was certainly a good program for Charleston County, and it will reach those children who are still on the waiting list, and then you can just move them on into your regular program.
I would add that we contract with First Steps as part of our early Head Start. We serve 24 families through the home visitation program across the district.
Dr. French, did you have your hand up?
Oh, yes, I did. I just wanted to check, is Mary Ford at capacity? Is that?
I'll have to check, not close, not quite, but we're still offering some of our wait lists, but they're getting closer every year. We're getting more and more. It's becoming very popular.
Okay, because I was just curious, because I know there are parents that I've heard from that are looking for all day care. And so I just didn't know if they were aware that Mary Ford is an option.
Yeah. What I would do is, although our application portal is closed for the year, we are still taking families and helping them through the process. So just have them call our office.
Okay.
I just had a question around the Pepper Hill and bus situation.
Mhm.
So that bus would only be for 4K students?
Yes.
Okay.
Only for 4K, only for those coming from Latson to, we're working with the AC Cochran families and the transportation to figure out what's the best way to get all of them from their areas. Is it home, from the school, and safely to Pepper Hill and back.
Okay, thank you.
We also have possible downtown options.
We're not full. We have no waiting list at any of our downtown options. So as people apply,
Okay.
we just work to get them in.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, update on summer enrichment camp.
Yes, we have our summer enrichment camp team led by our associates, Dr. Jennifer Swearingen and Dr. Joe Williams. They will share all of the highlights from the summer's programming.
Yes, Board Chair Reverend Dr. Mack, Board Vice Chair Ms. Waters, Board members, and Superintendent Kennedy. My name is Jennifer Swearingen. I'm the Interim Associate Superintendent for Elementary, and Dr. Joe Williams here. This was a collaboration between elementary and middle. We served K-8 students. A lot of people involved in this work. I would be remiss if I could spend a lot of time listing all the people that help with this initiative, but learning services, nutritional services, transportation, expanded learning really work with us on the enrichment piece. So we're excited to share some information with you today. Vision, it's important when you work on an initiative that's super challenging to try to really stay grounded in the vision. You've got a lot of different people with opinions and a lot of different opportunities when you plan programs like this. We tried to really make sure that we stayed connected and grounded to the vision. Our vision was to provide academic time, but also we wanted the children to have a good time as well. We wanted them to have some enrichment. So to provide an academic and enriching summer opportunity for students in partnership with enrichment providers, to increase the academic readiness and minimize summer learning loss for identified students through high quality instruction, intentional attention to social and emotional learning, and engaging enrichment opportunities. The program was 22 days. We got out of school, I think either the week or the week before we started, but we had to have some teacher training days. So we started with children on June 13th. The year before, the program was 17 days. This year we were able to serve our students for 22 days. We served 2,766 students in grades K through 8. We employed 476 educators, including 16 site coordinators. That's a pretty massive HR effort within itself. I think Colleen said, I didn't know we were running a district within a district. It's quite an endeavor, and we were certainly appreciative of the 476 teachers and teacher assistants and special education educators and all of our partners that were willing to work our summer enrichment camp. And we had a total of 16 elementary and middle school sites. The previous year we had 13. This year we did 16 based on need. Those sites were in the following areas. So the K-8 students at St. James Santee were able to attend at St. James Santee. All of the D2 elementary students attended at Jenny Moore. All of the D2 middle school students attended at Lang. We combined D3, D9, and D20. All of the elementary schools participated in the program at James Island Elementary. The D20 middle school students participated at Simmons Pinckney, and D3 and D9 were at Camp Road. You can see we had 4 elementary sites for D4. We had 3 middle school sites for D4. D10, we served the children at Ashley River and C.E. Williams South. And in D23, that was also a K-8 site, and that served all of the children in District 23 at E.B. Ellington. So I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Rawlings.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Susan Rawlings. I am the interim director of core literacy. On this slide, you can see the number and percentage of students who enrolled in summer enrichment camp by grade level. Students were invited based on a targeted instructional range that the planning team thought would benefit the greatest from participation. Next slide. If we start on the left-hand side of this display, the pie chart represents the percentage of students who attended SEC by race and ethnicity. You can see that 58.1% of the students who attended were Black, 23.6 were Hispanic, 14.2 were white, and 4.1 were other. The top chart located in the middle shows that 28.8% of students served in summer enrichment camp received special education services during the normal school year. 24% of students were considered multilingual learners, as indicated by the center at the bottom chart. And the chart on the far right shows the population of students served in summer enrichment camp based on our poverty indicators. Next slide. The summer enrichment camp served students for 22 days from June 8th until July 22nd. For students, we had teachers were a little bit longer on either side. And here you can see the average number of days attended at each grade level. So we were very proud of our enrollment across the time for a summer program. We did pretty well. And I'm passing it to Emily.
So we just want to do an analysis. I'm not Buffy Roberts, I'm Emily Woody, but Buffy has certainly helped us looking at the data from this program. The research is actually mixed on just what we mean by summer learning loss for students over their summer breaks, and I mean nationally. NWEA says it could be as much as 1 to 3 months of loss. Other independent studies say it could be a couple of weeks. What the research is consistent about is that when you consider all children, very few of them, maybe none, actually make gains on their own over summer break. So a program like this is an opportunity for students who are behind to perhaps help close the achievement gap. We talk about the achievement gap a lot, but actually how we will close it, this is an opportunity with a very effective program. We'll target students with their needs, students that are the ones that we say are behind or that are part of the achievement gap issue. This is possible to start to close the achievement gap with a program like this. And we did it this summer. What we learned this summer is that in 22 days, we were able to see gains or to hold off any learning loss in math and reading. And when we look at the subgroups, Maggie, if you could go to the next slide, please, you'll see that the subgroups, there was gain in almost all of them. So we either held off the loss or we saw gains in 22 days. And then when we look at our other subgroups, special education, multilingual learners, and poverty, the next slide, you'll see again that especially for special education and multilingual learners, you could see that there were gains for those subgroups too. And again, 22 days. So yes, these are slight, but it is a promising practice to think about how we can continue to improve on this in our summer programs moving forward.
So great day to all. I'm not going to give formal greetings. We've already done that, but I would like to be transparent and say, I really appreciate you all saying I was a part of the team. I did a lot of directing and saying what I wanted. So thank you all for being so generous in saying that. But I'd like to share a few pieces with you all about the middle school summer enrichment camp, more specifically the engagement lever and the academic lever. For the academic lever, we actually added Read 180 this summer in addition to the novel set that we already were using. And for math, we added Math 180 in addition to the math curriculum we were already using. So we decided to add Read 180 because we had a few pilots of Read 180 in some of our middle schools on last year and saw promising results. So that's why we moved forward with that. And for Math 180, it's the sister program, so why not? For that engagement lever piece, we wanted to stay away from the outside entities per se, like Parks and Recreation or EPIC, and we decided to lean on our actual teachers to come up with some really innovative programs. And what you're going to hear from Dr. Kanawa in just a few is we really heard some great feedback on that. But we would also like to point out that with Read 180, they do have some academic growth data in the form of Lexile that we could consider. But based on the fact that scholars have to be enrolled for a part of that program for a minimum of 30 days, for the group, it wouldn't have been valid or reliable data, but you do have a few pieces on your slide that you can see based on the kids that we were able to consider, we saw some pretty good gains. So thank you all for giving us the opportunity to do the camp, and scholars did benefit from it, like Miss Emily Woody said, and I'm going to turn it over to Lisa.
Good afternoon, board. And I always love going after Dr. Williams. Thank you. And of course, he infused that energy throughout the entire endeavor of the planning and the camp. So in order to obtain information about the impact of summer enrichment camp to complement the student achievement data that we've already heard about, we surveyed our staff, our families, and our students at the end of the camp. So you can see here, starting with our educators, that 95% of our teachers said that they believe that students positively benefited from the summer enrichment camp. We also saw that a majority of our staff indicated that they would use the training during the school year, which is really important about building capacity for gains throughout the school year as well. If we'll go to the next slide, we will see from our families that you can see almost 100% of our families indicated that they were satisfied with both the academics and the engagement activities. So math, reading, and engagement. And we did highlight a few comments from our families on the next slide. I won't read them to you, but you can see that there is a balance between the academics, the enrichment activities, and a balance between catching up, which was alluded to earlier, but then also getting a jump start for the next school year. We felt it was important to note that many families asked for more materials to be sent home so that they could work with their students over the summer. And so we have taken that as a consideration for next year's planning. When we go to the next slide, we'll see responses from our students. We also had very positive responses from our students. Almost 90% reported favorable responses when asked if their teacher was helpful, if activities were fun, and about how much they learned. So we had a nice positive balance between relationships, academics, and fun. I will turn it over to Dr. Knauer.
Hello, I am the last one, so we're almost done. I have this distinct pleasure of working with middle schools during this process. And we got to work collaboratively with the DSLN, the District Summer Learning Network. And they came and did focus groups with our middle schoolers in the summer enrichment camp to see how we can make it more appealing for middle schoolers, right? Because elementary kids, they'll listen to their parents to go to summer school or summer enrichment camp. Middle schoolers, they may push back a little bit. And after this year, with some of the things we put in place, you could see 100% of the middle school students in the focus group felt cared for. They would recommend it to a friend, 90%, and that they could be their self at the SEC. I would say the biggest change from last year to this year with the middle school portion of it is that enrichment part. We did not bring outside entities in. What we did was we reached out to teachers across the district. They did not have to be middle school teachers, and asked, hey, what do you have a passion for? What do you like to do? So out at St. James Santee, we had a teacher, we bought crickets, if you know what a circuit or a cricket is, like to make tumblers and t-shirts. So the kids got to learn how to do a digital art and design. At Camp Road, we had a teacher that said, I love CrossFit. Can I do like a CrossFit inspired activity with the kids? At another school, we had yoga and meditation, which I did not think would be a big hit in middle school, but I walked in those classes and saw the kids on the yoga mats and learning moves with their shoes off, and they were having a blast. In addition, they really loved Read 180, the Joe Bowler curriculum that we did, the novel studies, they felt connected to the novels. So you can see here that all the changes we made this year in middle school really made a big impact on student engagement in the program. And the last slide, I want to thank Communications for putting together this awesome little 1 minute, 30-second video. If we can play that, Maggie. All right, well, if not, you can watch it on your own. It's an awesome little video, and it just recaps everything from the youngins to the 8th graders and all the fun activities that we did. So thank you.
Thank you. We've watched it. We appreciate it. Any
Cedric,
questions?
if I may just, I don't think John Cobb is in the audience, but I do want to, I want to thank John. He fortified for us that whole extended learning experience and made sure enrichment was available for our students. And so I want to thank John and the team. That's a mammoth effort that they participated in.
Thank you. Dr. French?
I'm not sure who should answer this, and you may have to get back to me, but I'm curious to know whether the students who participated, so good to see that didn't have any learning loss. I'm curious to know if that extended into the school year. Were their student outcomes better in learning over the school year? And I think it also speaks to, should we maybe pause on the idea of year-round school, which some people have gotten kind of excited about, because that might interfere with being able to do summer enrichment program that works to help kids that need that extra support. And I do think we have to be cautious in if we ever do an extended year program or all year program. The evidence suggests that if you don't add instructional days, if you just spread out the school year, you don't actually see positive gains. So this program sounds like it's showing its worth, and maybe we can expand it.
Duly noted, Dr. French. So the data that Ms. Woody alluded to was from our fall administration. And so that speaks to where they were.
Right. I just wonder where they are this spring compared to students
Who did not participate.
similar that didn't participate.
So we're taking a hard look at a modified calendar. And so we'll be able to get back to you on more information about what we find in terms of the strengths, the challenges, and would it mitigate, would it neutralize some of the challenges with summer learning loss, and what can we provide for students in the meantime if we have that modified calendar.
Ms. Waters?
Just had a question about who gets an opportunity to go? Because I know the first year and I think in the second year, it was opened up to students who needed enrichment. Is that going to continue, just given how successful it is and how much students enjoy it? And I think it was Miss Woody or somebody who mentioned that most students actually lose or don't gain anything. Is there going to be a potential to expand the program since it's been so successful?
So we didn't necessarily publicize the target audience, but we stuck with students who were in most need, if you will. And moving forward, we are, to be honest with you, deliberating and meeting to talk about what does the program look like moving forward, because it will be contingent and based on what's our calendar like. And so the honest answer is we're still considering what next year's program will look like, but definitely taking these lessons learned with us to make it even more robust, more meaningful for our students and our families.
So while you were doing this presentation, I was looking at the one that you gave us in the spring and kind of comparing the two. Do you ever anticipate getting better gains because you lost a little this year than you did from last year? Or is the end goal just this maintain?
So Ms. Woody started her segment alluding to loss. And so in large part, we're stymieing, preventing students from going backwards. And so
your end game goal here is spring and fall match, not necessarily grow, but certainly not fall.
Always grow,
Okay.
but in large part, we are pleased with the students who have not gone backwards because it takes a while to catch them back up once the school year starts.
And alluding to what Ms. Waters asked, how many were repeat attendees, or who's tracking the 2,758 from last year? Because we do have a year's worth of data to see if their learning continued forward. I think ultimately we want the gap closed. And we know there's 2,758 kids that did this last summer that you could have been looking at since last spring. Were they the same kids in the summer program, or who's tracking those kids to see that their growth or their lack of falling behind has been stymied by this?
Yeah, and we can reflect on that. I see Buffy, we can track some of that thing, some of those data points. One thing I wanted to add, we put a lot of thought into what summer school would look like for these kids too, right? So you saw the slides of who's participating in these programs, and we want our kids to have pleasant experiences. So it was that constant balance. It is 22 days. And so we had to remember that piece. So, typically the academics would be from like 8 to 12, and then we would do the enrichment in the afternoon. So we tried to find a balance of letting it be academically robust as it could be, but at the same time, bring some pleasure into it too. I think one of the responses we got from the students was that they wanted field trips, which we're in a great city to do field trips. Susan, or I think Colleen mentioned, we did, participate in a national summer school planning team. We met 3 times a week. This was not done without a lot of thought and a lot of collaboration and networking with other school districts in our country, and trying to, I wanted to give them a field trip once a week, but then that's a whole day by the time I bus them and travel them. And these are our most students that needed the most assistance. We did serve special education students, including self-contained students. That requires us to move equipment. It was a lot of thought was put into every single step that we did. I agree with you with the academic tracking. That's something I can connect with. We can look at our cohort from the previous school year, look at this cohort from this school year, and see how, not only that small picture, but I understand what you're saying long-term, similar to the CD program. Does it carry out with them throughout?
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Next up, item 4D, the BUSE enrollment recommendations.
Yes, ma'am. We wanted to bring forth this update regarding BUSE Academy's admission criteria, just as information and for awareness of the background. Beginning this school year, our 2022-2023 school year, all of our elementary schools transitioned to using iReady as its formative assessment We also, though, have a small segment of schools continuing to use both MAP and iReady. As was the case with meeting eligibility criteria with MAP, students will continue to be required to meet the 75th percentile in both reading and math on iReady in this current year's winter administration as a qualifier for admission into Boost Academy. But in consideration for this transition with assessments that we're experiencing, students will have a second opportunity when iReady is the sole, singular, only test that they're taking at their school to qualify as a part of the choice window. So students must produce a minimum score at the 50th percentile to be considered for this second layer of eligibility that will take place. We typically designate 2 Saturdays during the choice window for families to participate in testing. Additionally, for those applicants who have neither a MAP or an iReady score, we will allow them to participate in these additional test dates as well. And this is simply for your information.
Okay. So is this for 1 year, they will, as soon as they all schools transition to iReady, then it will just be an iReady criteria, or they'll always have the option to do MAP?
So we haven't gotten that far yet,
Okay.
Ms. Hedrick, but we
Okay.
knew with this transition period and some of our schools, a segment of our schools still taking MAP, that we thought this was fair and necessary.
So they'll take the iReady, then have options for MAP testing days. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Now, last up, the update on our.
Reverend Mack had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there were some concerns earlier about the twin and the sibling policy. Can you just address that for me, please?
So typically there is a preference. In board docs, we have the 1-pager that speaks to the criteria. And typically when both twins meet the qualifying scores or eligibility, then they are given consideration. If both twins don't have that qualifying score, we could encounter a problem.
That answer your question? Okay. Thank you. Oh, Dr. French?
And I guess just to clarify, this is not a change. This has been the current and you're just reviewing it.
We're reviewing it and particularly highlighting it because of the change in the test. So for the last several years, we've been mapped exclusively. This new introduction of iReady, I think, made it important for us to bring this forward to you, just so you're aware, and the public at large is as well.
Thank you. Then last up for me is item 4E, the update on board goals and guardrails. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you, Maggie. So the board has adopted a set of goals, a set of guardrails based on the community engagement that you all have done over the last few weeks. Staff met last week over a number of days, coming up with interim guardrails, interim goals, as we interpreted what your what your goals and guardrails to be. So this afternoon, I'll present along with staff where we are with creating those interim goals and interim guardrails, and then get feedback from you all with the intent of making adjustments and completing the work this week and making adjustments after that, and then coming back to the board on October the 24th for hopefully an adoption of the goals, guardrails, and interims thereof. So before I get there in terms of the goals and the guardrails, I want to reiterate which I've done a number of times this year. The reason why at least I think it's important to pursue this. So the next slide here, I showed this slide I think last month. It shows the for students at grades 2 through 8 from 2006 to 2022 by demographic group, racial group, the where we are on grade level in reading. And so what the couple of these goals that you will see in a minute focus on the very bottom two lines here, where it shows that for African Americans and the blue line, we only have 77% of our kids as of this past spring reading on grade level, and then 70% of our Hispanic kids reading on grade level. Next slide. This is another way to look at it. This is strictly African American students over that same time period from 2006 to 2022, and it's the blue bars show. Excuse me. The blue bars show the number. The blue bars. Sorry, show the number of students tested by year, and then the brown bar shows the percentage of kids that were African-American kids in grades 2 through 8 that were on grade level. Next slide. So further narrowing this down to just fifth grade students, fifth grade African-American students, during that same time period from 2006 to 2022, we had only on average 82% of those kids were reading on grade level. The average number of students that were below grade level during that time period by year was 1,116 students. So what that means then is that we're essentially sending 82% of our African-American students from fifth grade into secondary schools, not ready to learn at the secondary level. When I do the math, I just take a look at the 1,116 on average that we read below grade level. It's a big number going into secondary schools, and the way that plays out. Next slide, please. This table here shows by a racial group the college and career readiness of our students based on the students that graduated in 2021. We don't have this data from the state yet for 2022. And so down at the bottom, it shows that for the 2021 school year, that the percentage of students across the district that were college and career ready, based on the state indicators in this table, that number was 67.7% of our kids that graduated. And I think a number of you all have heard me say before that as I attended 11 graduation ceremonies this past June, and I shook hands with all the kids coming across the stage, the question I asked myself, which of these students are graduating ready for life effectively after K-12. And so if you take a look at the African-American students, it shows we only have 42% that were deemed college and career ready in June of 2021 based on the state indicators. And then for Hispanic students, that number is 49.7%. And then just my last graphic rather, is shows that based on the numbers on the preceding table, you take 42% of our African-American kids that were deemed college and career ready. So that means the inverse of that, 58% were not college and career ready. And so the graphic at the top there shows that we have like almost six of our students are out of every 10 that are not college and career ready, and 50% of the Hispanic kids. So the need is great in terms of the work that we're doing around these goals. And so the first goal that the board has adopted, next slide, please. So looking at where the need is greatest, and the need is greatest based on the data I just presented and tons of other data in the district, that we need to really focus on African-American students and Hispanic students. So the goal here, the board goal, is the percent of Black/African-American and Hispanic fifth grade students reading on grade level will increase from X percentage. Now, we haven't landed on those percentages yet in 2022. So that will more than likely be, not more than likely, it will be on SE Ready tests that were taken this past spring. So increase from X percent in 2022 to Y percent in 2027. And so staff is still working on what that growth would look like. So right now it's, for African-American kids, it's 23.1%. And for Hispanic students, it's 29.3%. That's what it is right now. And so what the intent is to determine what the growth is going to be over this next intervening 5 years. And these are ideas that staff has come up with in conjunction with the consultants from the Council of Great City Schools. So interim goals, the percentage of African American and Hispanic third grade students meeting English language art growth targets will increase from X percent in April 22, whatever those actual percentages are, to Y% in April of 25. So what the intent here is that for the interim goals, the intent is to have, for the most part, 3-year goals. So with the board goals, the timeline is 5 years. With the interim goals, the timeline is 3 years, so that we can make adjustment if we need to make adjustments because of the strategies that we're putting in place. If we have some strategies that may not be working, we'll have enough time to make adjustments. So 3-year goals for the interim. And for the first one there is based on iReady. The second interim goal, the percentage of African American and Hispanic kindergartners demonstrating low risk will decrease from X% in April 22 to Y% in April 2025. And this low risk is an indicator that shows that the kids coming into kindergarten, are they at what's their risk of being able to perform at grade level when they come into elementary school. And then the last one here for goal 1, the percentage of pre-K 4 students who score in tier 1. And so with this one, I'm going to turn to, I think I'm going to start with Ms. Simmons that helped me explain this,
My ADs
Yes,
is
ma'am.
the assessment we use with our 4-year-olds, our child development programming. And so like FAST, like SE Ready, we want to take a hard look at how those students are emerging out of our child development classes in terms of readiness. How ready are they for kindergarten? The issue we are still considering and tussling with regarding my ADs is made up of several smaller tests. One on alliteration, one on rhyming, one on one-to-one correspondence. And so we are discussing with our executive director for early learning, Kim Foxworth, what 2 perhaps reading subgroups would make the most sense in terms of judging and assessing readiness for our early learning. And so we're still unpacking that as a team, but we feel like we have a viable measure with my ADs, FAST, and then SE Ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Next slide, please. So there's a question mark on this goal here, goal 2, algebra ready. When the board met and came up with goals in math, it was 2 algebra goals, 1 on ready. That means meaning that for students in the 6th and 7th grade, as they enter into the 8th grade, are they ready to be able to take algebra 1? And then the second goal was that I'll go to that one and come back. The second goal was in algebra 1 was achievement. So the first one is readiness. Do we have students that are ready to take the course? And number 2, do we have students who are taking the course, how they're achieving? And so when we work through this, and the reason why the question mark here exists is because as we work through this particular goal, here we believe that we can capture both in a single goal. And the reason why we believe that is because using the denominator of all students, all 8th grade students, not just the ones that are taking the course, algebra 1, that we believe we can capture both readiness, because we have all students in being considered in the metric, and then also then at the same time capture the achievement of the students that actually take the test and wherever their outcomes happen to be. And so based on that, the proposal from staff to the board is that you all consider just 1 algebra goal using these potential interim goals. So the potential interim goals are the percentage of 6th grade students demonstrating algebra 1 readiness will increase from X% in September 2022 to Y% in January, this coming January 2023, and then on to Z% in April of 2025, keeping with the 3-year commitment for goals, for interim goals. The second one, the percentage of 7th grade students scoring a C or higher on the algebra 1 benchmark will increase over the same time period as shown here. And then the third one, the percentage of eighth grade students scoring a C or higher on the Algebra 1 benchmark using the same time period. So again, when we weighed in on the algebra goals, goal 1 here, we did come up with these interim percentages, interim goals rather, but we believe that we can effectively capture both in this one goal. And then the last goal, college and career ready, we spent a lot of time on, I think it was Friday afternoon. So the goal is the percent of students the percent of students who are college and career ready will increase from 67.7%, which it was in 2021. We'll get that updated when the state releases the 2022 numbers, to 86.2% in the spring, what that month is in 2027, as measured by those indicators on the SC College and Career Readiness indicators that I showed in the table a few minutes ago. This is still under construction because we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what these interim measures would be. We don't have those yet. We have another series of meetings scheduled this week, beginning tomorrow, so we will have those shortly. So that's it on the goals. Next, I'll take a look at the guardrails. Actually, why don't I just pause here before I get into the guardrails and see what questions you might have on the goals.
Dr. French.
Did you have a question?
Sorry.
So, I guess I have a couple of questions. First of all, I was just a little confused that you're not looking at annual interim goals. I think it would be nice to be able to mark our progress on an annual basis. And I'm also concerned that you're looking at growth targets for those interim goals as opposed to what students know. So growth doesn't tell us where they are on standards, for instance. I guess to just see if you have a response to that.
Yeah, certainly. So let me address the first one first. So we actually will be capturing this data annually. So if you take a look, for instance, at Maggie, can you bring the PowerPoint back up and go to goal 1, literacy? So the different points when we would measure are not shown in the interim goal, but the already, wherever assessment we use MAP as an example, but certainly we're planning on using already. That's given more than once a year, and so I think it's given 3 times a year, and so we would monitor this on every time the assessment is given, and so it would not be just once over, once a year or once over this 3-year period.
So this would be a multi-year monitoring tool. That's good.
And then you could tweak how you got to, so if there are any improvements that need to be made, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
But would the board still be able to review SC Ready data on an annual basis to make sure we're on track? Because I feel like stating those interim targets on those SC Ready measures might be helpful, just because that's the ultimate goal we're getting to. And iReady could be just the regular data monitoring.
Well, what we tried to avoid was to use the end goal, in this case, SC Ready, as the interim assessment. What we're trying, that's one of the reasons why we've been struggling on Friday. We struggle on Friday with the college and career readiness, because we want to use predictive indicators other than just the ultimate target. We would need to have what's going to indicate to the district whether or not we are on track or not on track in meeting these ultimate targets.
Mr. Kennedy, could I interject one quick piece here? Dr. French, your questions are really spot on. We worked really hard with Cindy and Kim from the council and had some of the same questions you did. We were advised that it would be advantageous for us to set interim goals that are 3-year and annual targets. so that we could periodically 2 to 3 times a year come to you and use these measures, like Mr. Kennedy indicated, to show how we're working towards those annual targets formatively. And then at the end of the year, look at those quantitative measures being SC ready. Because if we don't have an opportunity to make those live changes along the way to adjust instruction and determine what we need to do to better meet the needs of students. Does that make sense in part of the with the annual target piece? And we asked Cindy to join us here today if
is
she
on.
has anything else to add.
Would you like, do you need additional clarification?
I think that makes sense to me. The only other thing that's jumping out at me at the moment, and then this is for both the goal, the literacy and the algebra goals. I'm a little concerned that you don't have any of the percentages filled in for the big goals yet. I was hoping that we would be able to see at this point where we are on our baseline percentages for all of the, as well as probable targets that you might have to tweak, but I thought you would have this ready for us. Are y'all going to need more time?
I don't think we're gonna need any more time. So we actually have some targets there. We just haven't really, we spent most of our time, not most of our time, 100% of our time on this last week on the interim measures.
Okay.
And so we will come back later this week and plug in the percentages at the top level.
We will have these in advance of any final prior to October 24th.
Right. And I think Ms. Waters.
Ms. Waters.
Actually, my question was around why we didn't state it annually, just to make sure that it's clear where we should get to from the beginning of year. As long as there's gonna be, but I'm wondering if we can state those targets underneath, just so that the community can see inside of 3 years what we're doing annually. But all of that makes sense, so you don't have to restate it. The other.
Oh, go ahead. What, can Cindy weigh in on that?
Absolutely.
For a second. Cindy, can you
Sure.
weigh in on that as well?
Yeah, I definitely can. So the other part, piece that will happen is that there will be annual targets for both the overall goal as well as the interim goals. And those will be established as those baseline and target percentages are set. So, and that takes a little doing as well, because it's not just a matter of dividing the total percentage by 5 years or 3 years. It's thinking through, as we build strategy toward achieving these goals, there might be an implementation dip, or it might be a little slow before it can be fast to reach those measures. But those would all be set for each of these, and then be also public facing with your monitoring process and all of that.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
And then the other one is, I know you all have had further conversation than we had in our meeting, and I know there was always this idea of combining the 2 algebra goals, and everything you shared makes sense. My question though is there anything that came up in you all's talks about, if there's a potential for something to be missed if we collapse them versus having a specific eye to both pieces?
We thought we would shore up everything missed in the guardrails and in the interim goals. And so that's the intention, to make sure we're attending to both our students ready to engage with Algebra 1. And then once they're in, we're putting provisions in place to make sure they're successful. Ms. Huggins, would you add anything different or more?
Not a thing. That's spot on. That's spot on, Ms. Simmons. You'll notice, Ms. Waters, again, thanks for that thoughtful question, that we tried to identify an interim goal at the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade level to hold our middle schools, principals and teachers to let that be on the forefront of their thoughts and considerations time students get into middle school. So Ms. Simmons, I think you summarized that perfectly, but it was important to us. That's why we started in full transparency. We were really focusing on 7th and 8th grade benchmarks, but we transitioned that all the way back to 6th grade.
Okay. Because it seems like we're gonna have to have another
That's
session.
right.
When we have that, it would be helpful if y'all would bring us into the deeper conversation about just how we make sure that we're thoroughly. I mean, I hear all that, but I would also love to know the context, just how the conversation went.
Dr. Frazier, let me take Ms. Coates and then I'll come to you.
So, whether it's one or two, I'm really pleased to see these algebra goals embedded, particularly because we're a district that has schools that require that in order to access some of our elite programs. But do we universally offer it, and are we universally prepared to accept these students? I don't want students showing up in a school with a put together rushed algebra program or wasn't in this. I want to make sure that wherever they land, if they have the potential, we have a robust teaching team ready to receive them.
That's
And
again, a
it
great
looks like that
question.
Needs to be there tomorrow morning.
To
given some of these
get,
goals.
well, and when we pop the numbers in there, it will look like maybe yesterday morning, Ms. Coates.
Right.
Dr. Joe Williams has done a lot of work around rigorous opportunities for middle schools over the course of the last few years. And so I'm hopeful that he can, he wouldn't mind responding to that. Dr. Williams?
So right now, what we have in our middle schools is some years ago, when we spoke about the mission critical efforts, we talked about the equitable honors, right? So we started with the algebra one in 7th grade, and then we looked at the English one in 8th grade. Science and social studies was concerned, but we just said that was something that had to be done immediately. So basically where we are is as we see the numbers increase, because that's what we want to see, our allocations are prescribed based on the needs of a school. So if we start to see an increase as far as kids needing algebra, or when we start to see an increase, I say if, then we will make sure that the staffing supports that, and the fact that instead of needing general education math teachers, we'll need more algebra 1 teachers, if that makes sense to you.
It does. And part of the reason I asked is because based on the conversation from 3 years ago, I would expect us to have been into this, but I don't know if this shouldn't be a front-loaded decision to get those teachers in anticipation of the influx as opposed to waiting. And I don't know how that looks in terms of funding or in terms of staffing, but if this is going to really finally happen in CCSD, I don't want it to be a responsive measure.
That makes total sense. And I think that's going to be a collaborative effort, of course, with human resources. As we know, we currently have a shortage of teachers in general, but if we know we're going to be working on or focusing on that area about increasing that access for algebra 1, that's a conversation we need to have.
Stopping the conversation about access into prepared to accept.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good point.
If I may, just
Yes.
on sort of like that relates for me to the idea of what the goals should be on an annual basis. So in establishing all of the goals, the interim goals, we have to pay attention to what are the strategies and when they get put in place. So for instance, Ms. Foxworth talked about the early learnings and access. And so we have a major effort here because principals, elementary school principals saying that too many kindergarten kids are coming into the schools reading, not prepared. And so we have to take some time to get that set up, and that's being set up. So when we set the goal, then instead of, again, dividing by 5, and then it's equal, it has to be phased out. Same thing once in the elementary school with the reading. So we know that our schools of education in the colleges and universities are not teaching our teachers how to teach reading. So we have a major initiative to address that, but it's going to take time for us, a couple of years to get all our teachers trained in that. The same thing with access to advanced math or algebra 1. We in fact, if we had more and more kids right now today that were ready to go into algebra 1, we would not be able to enroll them.
That's
And
my
so-
fear.
That's right. But we are addressing that. But so it takes time to be able to parse those annual goals out to reflect the strategies that we're planning on, that we all put in place.
And I have one last small question. And it's minor because I'm not going to get into your percentages from and to. That's work that you guys are doing in some deep diving. But I would like to see a justification for the graduation rate. What the other 13.8 students are doing. Does that mean we have 13.8 IEPs? Do we have 13.8? Why are we choosing the 13.8% of students not ready to graduate? And I want to see that that's embedded in something
because the graduation cohort rate for career and credit, I'm talking about career and credit, I'm college and career ready. But I want to see that embedded into a number that doesn't assume we can't hit all 100. Who are these 13.8% of students?
That's-
And how you tell them parents they ain't in that number. I mean, that's a fear. So I want this to be this is the one number I want to be justified.
That's our 2-hour call on Friday was more like 3 hours or maybe longer, right? Because we have that same angst and fear about what indicators or what predictors best
We
define.
know there's a percentage
Right.
of students who are not going to receive a diploma inside CCSD. We know that because of the special ed programs. That's what I'm saying when I want this number qualified, not just some random, we're going to get to 86.2, but what's the percentage of those special needs students who are not on a
I'm going,
that number's 3.
I'm sorry.
It's not about- I'm sorry, but if that number's 3%, then we need to talk about why you're only going to 86. If that number's
Sure.
13, then I know why we're
Yeah,
here.
let me ask Ms. Buffy Roberts to come up and just talk a little bit about how those numbers are derived, and then we can see where we go from there.
Can I clarify something real quick? This college career ready number is not a graduation rate. This is the number of students who graduate from CCSD who are college and career ready, and the goal is 86.2%. Not.
I
not who goes to-
misspoke, but I would expect anybody graduating from our district, the goal is they're ready to go to a college or a career.
But we
I
know
don't
that's
know that
not
we have
where
a
we
track
are.
that says they're not. So I mean, I equated the two, but I do acknowledge the difference.
Buffy.
That is an alignment though with what you're seeing here, because the idea would be that for CCSD, if you graduate from Charleston County School District with a diploma, then you should be college and career ready. And that is how that goal was aligned or derived. One of the things to remember that, and this is kind of new from maybe 2017 or so, for the career readiness indicator, the South Carolina employability credential does count towards that. So that's a way that we're making sure that we're inclusive of our special education population.
So then we really have to talk about who these 13.8% of the kids are. Yeah.
Dr. Frazier?
Yes, I just want to make a comment about what I'm seeing here. And I'm so elated to see this board really, really energized about where we're going with student achievement. I can remember 2 years ago that this was not a part of the conversation and no one wanted to hear it. I think you and I put some information out and was basically ignored by this board. So thank you, board members, for being energized, for realizing that this is important, that we have allowed the system to lag for years without this board actively engaging in the topic of student achievement. And with that being said, I should hope that we will continue to make sure that with the election coming up, that we do not let people come into this system and derail all of the efforts that this staff has put into making sure that we are targeting what we are here for. And that is educating our kids and making them ready for careers and for college. Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff member. And I just want to commend you all for the information and all of the work that you're putting into this. And thank you, board members, for being engaged and wanting to ask questions and being engaged about this. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I wanted to say. You should be commended that we're going to be working together to make sure that we're doing what's right for all kids.
All right, Mr. Kennedy, we're ready for the guardrails.
Thank you very much,
What
guardrails. So we have
non-negotiables?
5 guardrails with and some other we have proposed interim guardrails. So the first one is the superintendent shall not allow students to graduate without the soft skills needed for post secondary success. So the idea here is the percentage of students who successfully earn microburst certification will increase from X% to Y%. And so the microburst is an assessment. It's actually a course that's given I don't recall how many about students, but mostly the CTE students. There are, I think, 10 indicators indicating that if a student it achieves a positive score on those 10 indicators, and that student, that person is ready to be appropriately employed with using the soft skills needed to do that. So we're trying to determine how we're going to, so we've selected microburst, and we're trying to determine right now how we're going to utilize that. For instance, in DD2 school district, we learned, I think Friday, that microburst is given in all of their, I think, English 1 courses.
Like a freshman seminar.
Okay.
Class.
All right, and so we're looking at something how we might roll out something similar here, so that we make sure that 100% of our kids are have the soft skills. Now, also the board talked about within the soft skills that the community had expressed strong desires to have students financially literate when they graduate. So in this orange block here, we talked about whether or not financial literacy is a soft skill versus a non-soft skill. And if it's, so we believe it not to be a soft skill. Certainly it's not assessed in the microburst certification. However, we feel strongly also that we need to have our students, we need to honor what the community says, that we need to have financial literacy for our students. And we feel strongly that we need to do that. And so we have other means to do it other than within this particular guardrail, unless the board desires to change the guardrail from soft skills to soft skills and financial literacy.
This is awesome. This was an overwhelming student request.
And I think it's important here, Mr. Kennedy, if I may, to note that the state is moving toward a requirement. Yes, for all students. Yes. So, for implementation by 2027, I believe is the year. And we do have pieces of this already in, some of our high schools. We have, finance courses, and then out at Lucy Beckham, they started with a personal finance course for all students required, but we do value it very, very much. This is a key example, I think, again, of shifting that interim guardrail from 1 year to 3, because right now we don't have the capacity to roll out microburst certification district-wide to all of our students. And so this would allow us that time to build that capacity and to be fair in our measurement system to you, the board. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Just wondering if the financial literacy piece couldn't go for college or career ready, like couldn't be achieved in that,
Like as an
in
interim.
that, whether it's an interim goal or whether it's just like like just to make sure you stay attuned to the financial literacy piece as an indication that a student is college or career ready, because just so that we wouldn't have to lose it. It seems like it could fit there.
So perhaps, so my understanding in Cindy's on the with the Cal State City Schools, my understanding that a goal has to be what a student either knows or be able to do, and whereas the guardrail can be, it can be that, or it could be, what adults do. And so, we haven't discussed, the staff, we have not discussed a metric or set of measures for the college, for the financial literacy, but we will do that.
Because I'm just wondering, we're going back and forth, but I know with the course could end up having some sort of
parameters on it.
Yeah, I think if we're condensing the knowledge goal, that we could potentially look at this as one of our goals.
Okay. Yes.
That's true.
In
Yeah.
2027, I think it's a mandatory course, so there's gonna be 100% participation. So that's not a goal, because it's gonna be mandatory participation. You could have a achievement goal.
Right, a goal
Um,
about
But
what you know.
the profile of the South Carolina graduate, what are they using? Is there any tangible parameters around measuring those things? Because you're using the same words, but you're using different measurements. Do they not, the state's not putting out anything that they're quantifying that with
But financial literacy?
for anything on the college and career ready profile? Because I thought it was the
I don't think so.
work keys.
No measurement. We've looked at it.
So the state's not
extensively.
putting any parameters on that?
It's just those, I think, 8 metrics that I showed in the table a few minutes ago.
Good.
Okay.
And work keys, is included in that matrix, Ms. Boncos. We just went back and forth about trying to figure out how best to capture what the board intends to measure and make sure students graduate with which they graduate, which are those soft skills. And we think microburst might be it. And we're again trying to collaborate with neighboring districts to see how that looks, what it could look like here. And Dr. Epplesheimer and Mr. Rich Gordon are going to talk to principals, the folks doing the work, to figure out their recommendations and thoughts and how quickly we can get this moving if this is the desire of the board.
Microburst is great.
All right, next slide, please. Social emotional learning. The superintendent shall not allow students to go without social emotional learning. And so with the MTSS and the SAM / TFI Fidelity tool here, I think it's no, I think it's Miss Lisa Allison. Perhaps you can come up and talk us through that.
So Lisa can talk a little bit more about SEL, but we believe that social emotional learning and it is best captured through the MTSS system. And we're excited that we might have a tool. Again, it will take some tweaking of that tool, the TFI, and she can tell you what that is over time to capture that and how our MTSS teams are working to better support students. So Lisa, thank you for sharing some expertise here.
Sure, thank you. And we appreciate this opportunity to refine some instruments that we've had in the district to measure not only the MTSS framework and how that's working in our schools and across the district, but then also specifically around the area of social emotional learning. And that, of course, is attached to wellness, mental health supports, restorative practice. All of that's included within this bucket here. And so refining those tools, the tiered fidelity inventory is a walkthrough. So this does include not only self-assessment of team members at the table, how are we doing? How are students doing in relation to our efforts? But then also collaborating with district staff members to do learning walks. And of course, we would tag on to our academic achievement learning walks because these do go hand in hand to make sure that we're looking for all the things that support our students robustly.
Dr. French.
Can you explain what the SAM TFI Fidelity tool is? I just have never heard of it.
Yes, ma'am. So the SAM is it's a self-assessment tool for MTSS. So it's a self-assessment of MTSS. Up to this point, it has been a self-assessment facilitated by our climate coaches, but ultimately it's for the team to really do some deep digging into their data and conversations around the table about their framework to support students. So the tiered fidelity inventory is more about those practices, those positive behavior interventions across the school, expectations, and adult behaviors to encourage social emotional learning for our students. And so what we're looking to do is combine those two. So we'll keep some self-assessment components because that's important for reflection, but we also want the opportunity to collaborate around those goals that each school has and do some walkthroughs and achieve consensus through district staff that we are indeed seeing those artifacts that support a school's own goals. Does that help?
I think so. Does it depend? So does this goal or interim, I guess this measurement tool, does it depend on student surveys, or like, I know there's been some concern about the Panorama survey or other surveys that take data elsewhere, or can all of this data be done in-house?
In-house. It's not a survey.
It's not a survey.
No.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
So Dr. French, this is all about effective implementation of what already exists in the district. So MTSS
Yes,
has
sir.
existed here for a while. These tools have existed for a while. And so we spent time over 2 days last week going through this about how do we make sure that we refine what these tools, how we approach using these tools throughout the district so that we can make sure that the implementation is effective or with fidelity.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy does not like that word fidelity necessarily from those educators of us in the room, but we really want to thank you because this is really exciting. If we can accomplish what's here around MTSS, Dr. Williams and I said, fortunate to work with him for several years, that if we could really get MTSS teams functioning at a high level. It would take care of a lot of the inequities we have in our schools, and it would better serve the social, emotional, and the wellness pieces of what our kids struggle to do. And so last week, when we came up with this idea, it was like a moment of utter excitement from those on the call, because if we can figure out a way to support schools and principals that have not had the bandwidth and the capacity to do this in the past, it will be really revolutionary for the system. And I don't just say that, I've seen it really transform schools and systems and the way things happen at the school level. I've seen it happen. And I think some of our EOC results this year are a direct result of highly functioning teams, Dr. Epplesheimer, drilling down to what kids need, particularly kids of color.
Next slide, please. Stakeholder engagement. The superintendent shall not present major initiatives to the board without engaging schools. That includes parents, guardians, students, and staff, district and community stakeholders who are most impacted by the initiative or decision. We have a question here: how will the superintendent define major initiatives? And we explored the idea of perhaps an initiative that impacts the entire school system, but certainly we haven't landed on what a major initiative is. Thoughts about developing a framework. So this is still under construction, but we think there's a. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this matrix here is based on adapted from the International Association for Public Participation, which has been around for quite some time, on how you engage on public participation. And it's around 4 different dimensions, as you can see at the top here: inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. And then each of those dimensions, then it talks about what does that mean for a stakeholder group. What does inform mean? What does consult mean? All the way over to empower, and which means to place final decision in the hands of the stakeholders. For example, the school board would be a final decision maker in a lot of things that we do. And then at the bottom here says what do we promise to give to the stakeholders in each of these groups. We will keep you informed if it's informed. And then you see going along the continuum here, the more further to the right, the more that we have involvement by the stakeholder group. And then not shown here below this, it identifies by dimension here who are the stakeholders in each of these dimensions. So there would be a follow-on slide right behind this, that underneath it, that would say these are the stakeholders that we're going to inform. These are the stakeholders that we're going to consult with. These are the stakeholders that we would involve, the ones that we collaborate with, and these are the ones that we would empower. So we would identify specifically by stakeholder group where they fall in this continuum, and then make sure that we engage appropriately. And then going back to the previous slide, so we're still working on that, under construction. And then the last bullet point at the bottom say develop a separate interim guardrail around student agency. So we haven't weighed it, we haven't figured out how to do that yet. But we clearly, we are going to come up with a strategy, a structure, and a set of measures on how do we actually get student voice or student agency in our district. Next 2 slides, guardrail 4, treatment and expectation of students. The superintendent shall not allow disparate treatment of or low expectations for any students. So that's still under construction. So we have a lot of work to do on that. So we'll start that work tomorrow. On those interim guardrails. And then the last one, the superintendent shall not allow negative or unsupportive staff culture. Again, we have work to do on that. And then the next steps, then we have 6 additional hours scheduled this week. That's we being the staff in the Council of Great City Schools to finish this work on the guardrails and the goals. And then we will submit an updated draft to the school board for feedback. If we need to have, if the board desires it, there's a need to have a meeting in between now and October 24th to review those. We certainly will accommodate that, leading towards a vote on October 24th. So with that, what final questions do you have?
Ms. Waters.
Mine is not really a question since I kind of did all that during, sorry about that. But, just wanted to say, thank you all for the work that you've done coming up with the interim. I know this is not quick work. This is not really easy work. And then just to like anybody who's viewing or watches the recording, I'm just really hoping that folks in the community see themselves in this work because we took all the feedback into consideration and tried to make it representative of what people really want to be true for their children. So I'm really excited about this, especially just an introduction of so many new tools that we never talk about at this table that we should be thinking about when it comes to kids. So thank you all for the work, and it's just really exciting. Yeah.
Dr. French.
I guess I had a little feedback about the stakeholder engagement, where you say a major initiative might be some. I'm also hearing from the community that if something has a huge impact on their school, like a operational structure change or, that level, I think that's something where the stakeholders for the school, the parents, the teachers, the kids, they need to be involved. So I'm thinking it's not just district wide. Those might not come up super often, but
No, I understand, but going back, I do understand, and going back to the guardrail 3, so it's not up, but I'll read it. The superintendent shall not present major initiatives to the board without engaging, whomever. So major initiatives. So I don't know if it's, I and my staff should identify what those major initiatives are, or should the board weigh in a little bit more on what those
maybe
types
so.
of initiatives are.
And then I also just want to caution, we're already at 5 guardrails. If we develop a separate interim guardrail for student agency, we're going to have to get rid of one of them.
So we don't, each guardrail has one for us, 1 to 3 interim. So we
True.
have
True.
5 guardrails. So we're not adding any guardrails. We would add an interim guardrail under the stakeholder engagement.
Oh, okay. I
But student
understood.
agency.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have any other questions? All right, I have a motion. Yeah.
We have a
I'll
motion.
come over there.
Oh, dear.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed goals and guardrails that the board will be responsible for tweaking, and that the superintendent will confirm target dates, target metrics, tools for measurement, interim goals, interim guardrails to be presented for final approval on October 24th.
Second.
So why would we not just let him bring those to us and approve them on the 24th rather than?
Make
We
a
haven't
motion.
seen them. What happens if he doesn't bring something or I guess the question is, if he doesn't bring a goal percentage in here that we agree with, where's your capacity for changing that prior to the 24th?
And we're gonna have to tweak it over the next.
So so the board probably, I don't know that we want to vote to approve this until we see the percentages.
It's really up to you all, but I think the second.
I think we should
the
tell them.
October 24th is the opportunity to make sure we're not enacting them. We're just. we're
Right,
just signing
and
off
I
that
think,
draft is
I think
good.
we've given him his marching orders, and I think we should see these things completely filled in within the next 5 to 7 days, giving us 5 to 7 days to look at them and then approve them on the 24th.
I think it's just to a vote.
To approve this and let him fill them in to see them on the 24th.
There was.
Just
Oh,
see 'em
October
before.
24th. What's the other date?
Motion to approve the proposed goals and guardrails that the board will be responsible for tweaking. The superintendent will confirm the target dates, target metrics, tools for measurement, interim goals, interim guardrails to be presented for final approval on October 24th.
It's
May I-
really a motion for him to do the work for us to approve it on the 24th.
That we're
Right.
signing
I
off
feel
on
like
the
that needs to
draft
be
goal.
codified.
I was wondering if there's a way to do it an alternative.
Okay, well, we've got a motion on the floor.
What is your friendly amendment?
Well, it would actually be restating it. So I would just, my thought was to say we move to return the interim goals and guardrails back to the superintendent for further development. And that the board or the ad hoc committee would work on tweaking the goals with the percentages.
Isn't that what it
That's
says?
what you're gonna do.
It's
I
all-
think that's.
I think it's all three of us are saying the same thing. He said that's what I'm gonna do. You've made a motion to tell him to do that, and she's made a motion that
Okay. But when will the board actually do that tweaking work? Since we don't have a meeting.
We just
We'll
have to set
we'll have to
one.
establish a meeting
The-
after this.
and the board won't work on them again until the 24th. That's the
No,
question. The
we're-
question is,
No,
does the
we're gonna be
board,
working on them because we'll have to tweak the original goals and guardrails
the ad
based on a
hoc committee or the
recommendation.
board? Do we need a special called board
Yes,
meeting?
yes. Yes.
That's why I didn't gather. We'll have a special called board meeting.
That's
and
what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
too.
With a special call.
I think your motion should be to schedule that meeting,
We can discuss the meeting.
you know.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that you need to hand to Julie so she can be typing it in. And do we feel like do we need to say in there that we're gonna schedule a special call meeting, Dwayne?
We don't have to make a motion to
No.
call a meeting, but
Okay.
it'd be good to have that date before we leave here today.
It would be nice.
Okay, all right, we'll can work on that.
We are gonna work on it before today or.
I mean, I don't know that we can nail that down. I think we can ask staff to nail that down tomorrow. Okay. But it's everybody just hold tight for a second while Julie gets that motion in the system. Lauren made the motion and Courtney seconded. Because I need to, because I'm like. No, don't worry, I won't hit you. Right. That's right.
Make adjustments. We think we can be ready on Tuesday next week, which is,
We're waiting on Julie and, oh, something else.
So that they have the goals. No, we bring the goals. For them to continue the interim. We won't be bringing them.
Are you ready? Everyone's ready? Okay. All right. We're ready.
Okay, guys, let's move it.
All right, guys, Lauren, can you clarify, like, when we have a special called meeting,
I put those dates in there.
okay, but is the board working on, are we voting at that special called meeting to make any changes? Or is the staff bringing us changes or are we bringing them changes?
We've got to tweak our original goals and guardrails,
Okay.
and they're responsible for updating theirs,
Okay,
which is outlined in this motion.
okay, so all right, so we're gonna vote now.
Why don't you read it first?
Yeah.
Make sure everything
Yeah.
is okay.
Can we pull the motion up? So,
She can't
She
pull
pulls it up,
she's
it
gonna have to
opens the
read it to
voting.
us.
okay, can you read it to us, please, Julie?
Proposed rules and guardrails the board will be responsible for keeping during the special call board. Superintendent will target dates, target
Okay, that's your motion. In the second.
You said October 18th, right?
Kate, this is Joyce. I'm sorry, but I could not hear the motion.
You could not hear the motion. Okay.
I'll reread it to you.
Lauren will
Joyce.
reread it in just a second.
Is October 18th, so correct? Yep, so we'll schedule our special called meeting after that. Or
After the 18th?
or before the 18th.
We won't be ready until the 18th.
Okay,
okay.
That's
Okay,
Tuesday of
that's fine.
next week.
Okay,
Then there has to be a special called meeting on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday of next week.
That sounds good.
Okay, Lauren, read, can you read that again?
Still not hearing. Maybe it's me.
She's about to get it to read it to you. Just one second.
Oh, okay. I thought she'd already started. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead, Lauren.
okay, Joyce. So the motion is to approve proposed goals and guardrails that the board will be responsible for tweaking during a special called board meeting. The superintendent will confirm the target dates, target metrics, tools for measurement, interim goals, and interim guardrails by October 18th to be presented for final approval on October 24, 2022.
So the motion was made by Ms. Herderick and the second was made by Ms. Waters. Okay. Any further questions?
Yeah.
All right. Dr. French?
So when we get the information from Mr. Candy on the 18th, how much time will we have to review it before the special call meeting to make sure that it aligns with what we believe our goals and guardrails are?
A day. We have.
A
And then
day?
do that
Okay.
in-
Thursday.
On Thursday.
Mhm.
And so then at that point, if it doesn't align, we may have to refine the language and send it back to
That's
him.
correct.
And then only have like 3 days, 4 days.
I
to
feel
get-
like we're pretty solid with this.
Okay.
I think there's gonna have to be
I'm just
minor
sort
tweaks.
of making sure we're
Yeah.
all on the same page.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
any other questions?
No.
All right. Okay, please vote.
Man, thank y'all for bearing with us.
Yeah. Ms. Green, and then Coakley, are you still on? Yes, yes.
I vote yes, Kate.
Okay, Ms. Green votes yes. And then Ms. Coakley? She voted. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome, that passes. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
That wraps me up, Kate.
Great. Next is Audit and Finance Committee. Ms. Green, do you want to talk through that or do you want Ms. Williams to?
Ms. Williams probably can. I'm sorry about my situation, but I'm kind of back and forth. We have quite a few agenda items, as you can see, quite a few action items. And as I always say, if after your review, you have questions, you can contact me or contact Ms. Williams. And if Shauna is there and have any additional comments, please, you feel free, Shauna, to make them.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
So it's not- we don't have to go through every detail that you know how to do it. So go through the hot stuff and then board members can ask for the
Thank-
board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. Good evening, board, and good evening, board, and thank you for this opportunity to present. Under audit and finance, we have quite a few items to review. The action items include several budget reallocations in the capital program and one for a budget, a reallocation related to long-term debt. The others are related to the sales tax programs. If you'd like me to dive into them, there's about 7 of them, I think, on here.
Just, we'll let you know if we want you to stop on anything.
Thank you. The other item that we have under action is the Citizens Oversight Steering Committee. I can defer to Jeff for this particular one.
Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you.
We're burned out on questions.
The next item is the Audit and Finance Committee membership renewal. We have a renewal for Mr. Kent Griffin on the Audit and Finance Committee. His membership expired in November, where he agreed to stay on the committee for another 2 years, and we renewed that, so we're moving that forward. The next item is fund balance commitment. At the end of fiscal 22, we're projecting that we're going to have a $10 million surplus to put back into fund balance. We're we're requesting that we earmark those funds for ESSER stabilization. The ESSER funds sunset in 2024, ESSER 3. And so this would be a pool of money set aside and committed by the board to stabilize the prioritized and approved and agreed upon ESSER initiatives once that funding dissolves. Any questions? Okay. Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to make a statement, Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams took her time from her busy schedule to go over a few facts with me last week, and I thank you for that because I wanted to get an understanding. With the ESSER funding, it's my understanding that you all had a meeting with the principals to explain the process. And now I'm hearing that some of the principals are still somewhat concerned about what their responsibilities are and how do they go about recognizing and getting community organizations involved in the expenditure of those funds. Will there be an upcoming meeting with those principals to further explain the process, Ms. Williams?
I would encourage, so in addition to the principals meeting where we walked them through the process and gave them a handout explaining how to do business with their community-based organizations, do their ESSER 3 plans. I would encourage them to reach out to my office directly. They can actually email me if they have questions or how to, and we can walk them through it. As of right now, I don't have an isolated time period plan to re-engage principals, but be more than happy to walk any of them through it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The last item for action is approval of the projects over 250,000. There's a mix of maintenance projects, academic projects on that list. Nothing out of the ordinary that I need to highlight, but that is also in board docs for your review. This concludes the action items. Are there any questions?
Shauna, you might want to mention the disparity study because that will come to them, not for approval or anything, but we will have a report on that at the meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Green. Under information items, moving to that section, we have the disparity study update. So where we are, if the board recalls, in 2020, the district was commissioned with evaluating its minority business program and its procurements. The district procured a firm through a competitive bid process called Miller 3. Miller 3 has been engaging in this disparity study for the better part of a year. It's a very comprehensive study. They looked at the analytical data, the financial data. They've hosted surveys and community forums, meetings, et cetera, to gather a well-rounded data points, both qualitative and quantitative. And the preliminary report draft that is also attached for your review in board docs came out. The study is not fully concluded yet, and it won't be until the end of this month. But in that preliminary report, there were some disparities identified by subgroups, either race and or gender. And in that same report, there's some findings and recommendations for next steps. Once the report concludes and we have the final reports at the end of the month, the staff will review internally and with the superintendent, the corrective action plans, well, the recommendations, and identify corrective action plans to address any findings. And you'll have that information coming forward at the end of the month to you.
Thank you.
The only other two information items is the FY22 small women-owned minority business enterprise goals. Our goal of 20%, we exceeded by 13%. So we ended the year with 33% participation in minority business. And the last item for information is just a monthly capital projects report. It's our standard report that we push forward monthly. Just a snapshot of the activity for our capital projects and our program and where we are financially. This concludes the action and information items for audit and finance.
Okay, so we'll see all that at the board meeting. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so next on the agenda is school security update. Mr. Brown?
If I may just quickly, I'm sorry. So normally, so the school security update is listed under Audit and Finance Committee. It should have been listed. I should have listed this under other business. So I just want to be clear. We'll do the update, but this presentation did not go through the Audit and Finance Committee, nor should it have gone through the Audit and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thanks, sir.
Good
So,
clarification.
so I'm going to go ahead and have Mr. Reidenbach come to the podium, but I'll open with the fact that this briefing is new to you all, so we are not expecting a vote by board members here at this presentation. We want to give you the opportunity to absorb the information and we'll come back to you on the 24th of October. If it needs a second vote, we can move that into the first part of November. So we want to, again, give you the opportunity to see what we've compiled. The public input just completed last week. So this is information that Mr. Reidenbach's been gathering for the last month, and we were just able to pull together this presentation with the last bit of input that he gathered the middle part of last week. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reidenbach.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me back here to continue the discussion we had back in August about ways to potentially enhance the school security program in Charleston County. And so on the next slide will be kind of a recap of the programs that we discussed then. Over the next 90 minutes, I hope to go through these again. Actually, 90, I'm gonna give you a 90-second recap. How about that? Just to remind you of any that may have slipped your mind. So we talked about enhancements to libraries and adding electronic locks to library doors. We talked about BDA systems, which allow for police, fire, and EMS radios to work properly inside of our buildings. We talked about transitioning locks on classroom doors to locks called storeroom function locks, which are locks that cannot be physically unlocked. So it makes sure that our classrooms stay locked at all times. Full-time weapons screening at high schools using weapon detectors. Electronic access control improvements, which primarily involve the installation of door position switches on exterior doors so that we know if they're propped open or not. Installing high definition bus cameras that we can view remotely. Ballistic rated doors on classrooms to better fortify those spaces during a lockdown. And then an emergency notification panic system to better communicate during an emergency and more quickly notify those who need to be notified during a crisis. Below that, we've called out school security staffing and threat assessment support because those are largely GOF expenses, whereas those up top are more seen as capital expenses. The school security staffing proposal involved the hiring of private security officers at schools where we do not currently have full-time SROs or school resource officers because of law enforcement staffing constraints. And the threat assessment team was intended to provide supports to schools in the conducting of threat assessments. So in August, you asked for us to come back with a prioritized list of enhancements. So we engaged on an engagement tour to speak with school resource officers, assistant principals, teachers of the year, and also parent chairs of SICs to get a cross section of feedback to help us rank these. And we got 210 total responses from those groups. So drum roll, please. Here is the ranking as averaged out by the feedback we received from those various groups. So storeroom function locks came out as number one as a way to better ensure that our classrooms remain locked at all times. And that was actually the number one choice by the SROs, assistant principals, and the principals and those individual groups, then followed by the BDAs and then the emergency notification and panic system there. You can see the rest ranked there. It's not to say the feedback didn't suggest that those are also important topics, but of course we always need to prioritize and determine which ones may be most important to take action on first. When you look at the GOF potential enhancements, we basically asked respondents to respond in one of three ways when looking at each of them. One is I strongly support the initiative. One is I have no strong feelings for or against this initiative, or I do not support this initiative. And we look at the threat assessment support team. We saw respondents give a 57% favorability response with 38% with no opinion and 5% against. And then in school security staffing, we saw 83% strongly support this initiative with 15% giving a neutral opinion with 2% not supporting it. So based on the feedback, and here are all of the potential enhancements again shown in summary, we'd like to make 3 recommendations to the board for consideration. The first recommendation would be to authorize the district to engage the services of a private security company to assign armed security officers to schools currently lacking a full-time school resource officer because of law enforcement staffing constraints. We would work with our law enforcement partners to prioritize which of these schools should be addressed first, because we would have to then go through the process with a contractor to hire these individuals, which would certainly take time. So we would need to phase that in. Beginning this fiscal year, we would use current SRO funding that is assigned to vacant SRO positions. Recommendation number 2 would call for the approval of $800,000 in the FY24 FCO budget for the installation of storeroom function locks on classroom doors. This would afford us the opportunity to begin the process of installing those locks on every classroom in the district that would allow us to by code. We anticipate that total cost to be around $6.37 million. So this would start us down that path and hopefully get us there in about 8 years. And then the final recommendation would be to allocate $600,000 in the FY24 FCO program for the installation of BDAs. We currently, starting this year, we began allocating $300,000 for this program. So it would double that allocation to hopefully get a BDA in the 50 schools who need it within around 4 years.
So if I can piggyback, thank you, Mr. Reitenbach. If I can just piggyback onto the 3 recommendations. For recommendation number 1, we would have to come back to the board in the budget cycle for FY24 for general operating fund budget to pay for 24 and beyond. And item number 2, I would like to point out that storeroom function locks are currently part of the new construction program. So as new schools are being built, we are incorporating these locks into those schools, as well as Mr. Hamer's door and hardware replacement project under capital maintenance. So we do 3 to 4 schools a year under that program. We would also knock a bunch of these schools out along within that program for no additional cost. And then item number 3, Mr. Reitenbach mentioned we already have a budget of $300,000. That doesn't include, again, in new construction. When we build new schools, we're incorporating that into the new school. So it wouldn't be replacing every one of these. As I mentioned before, we're not looking for a vote here. We just want you to absorb the information. I would point it out that recommendations 2 and 3 would not have to be voted upon by you all. We could take that to the board when we bring fixed cost of ownership in February, but it sure would be nice to have these items approved so that we can just work those into the budget that gets proposed in February rather than briefing these separate as separate items in that time frame.
Can I get a clarification on something? But do you all want us to take action on these at our October 24th board meeting? So if you do, then we ought to we need to move them forward.
Motion to move it to the 24th.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And are you making a motion for all 3 items?
I am making a motion to move this action item to October 24th for consideration. But I do also have a question.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second.
I have a question.
Hold on. All right. So Ms. Waters had her hand up first.
Yeah, just a question around, was the impetus for these items, because I know you mentioned, it'd be great to have as much security and all the things that we can. Is the impetus just based on what we have funding to do, or is there funding to perhaps do more of what's on the list?
So I think we were looking at where would be a good start based on the existing funding sources that we have available to us.
Mm-hmm. So if we were to consider other funding sources, then could we potentially do more to protect our schools? And I guess I don't know who that question really goes to.
Well,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the question can we explore other funding options?
Yeah, because I guess we're looking at limited constraints, but I thought that in the initial conversation, we were talking about potentially ESSER funds that maybe hadn't been used. I don't really know where, I'm just wondering if
Yeah.
there's an opportunity. And the biggest motivation for me is just if we can, there's not going to be one fail-safe situation. We talked about this before, but if we can kind of put together many safe nets for students, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, so 2 points on that. So Ms. Williams, she and her team are pulling together where we are with the ESSER dollars. I think she and I have a meeting later this week to get an update with a potential amendment. I think it's November the 15th to the state. So potentially yes. And then the other potential is 8%.
Okay, 8%.
Debt. So I hesitated because reason why I hesitated on that, making that statement, because the board had committed to being having the debt retired by, I think it's 2032. So if we were to explore that and proceed, then that means that 2032 debt timeline would move out to the right.
All right,
So-
so,
And just,
okay, go ahead, Sean.
sorry, just,
Then Dr. Fraser, Dr. French, very much.
thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Darby. Just one thing about the funding, Ms. Waters, is it can be ESSER as long as it's within the 15 categories. So we just have to evaluate Michael's
Which means
updated list
non-recurring by-
just to confirm.
I'm sorry, you said,
I don't think that there's I think,
All right,
Those-
wait,
those are-
Shauna, can you explain?
can those
clarify?
ESSERs be recurring?
What do you mean?
Can we
recurring?
draw down ESSER to use for recurring, or would we have to balance it just to the non-recurring cost in here?
No, because, well, ESSER expires, so any
expires.
recurring cost is not going to be sustainable. But even before that, we have to just confirm that it's within the allowable categories to use that fund source.
Okay, so Dr. Fraser, you had your hand up first.
My question relates to the stakeholders. Is there a reason why teachers were not included? Community members, maybe students?
Yeah, so we did invite the teachers of the year. We're looking for the best groups that were established to be able to tap into. And so the teacher of the year group was decided to be a good group that's engaged individuals who are already there for us to reach into. So we invited the teachers of the year to provide input for us. Same with parents, being able to go to the parents who are involved as school improvement council chairs to invite them to the table as well.
So you did get that, you got that teacher, but no student input yet.
That's right.
Okay.
Is there a plan in place to maybe, how many teachers of the years, how many teachers?
85.
I mean,
85.
okay.
85?
Yeah.
Okay. And no students and no community members?
Not in this round, no, ma'am.
Okay, but is there a plan to include those groups?
We can certainly do that if that's the desire of the board.
Okay, one of the issues I'm trying to bring up is that this community now is just up in arms that we make decisions based on what we feel, is a need. And I just think that to be more transparent, that we might want to look at engaging some sort of community input.
We got first try through our new goals to do that.
Sure. I think our hope was that by engaging with the parent SIC members, that they would have a good pulse on the other parents they were engaging with at the schools, in addition with the principals and the teachers of the year as well. Speaking with their peers, we did get in. One teacher of the year in particular brought forward some feedback that she had received from her peers prior to the meeting.
And my next question is, there was some talk about a system, and we had some folk to come in and show us some doors. Is that something that we plan to implement with the locks and so forth, or how is that going to work?
Right, let him. answer.
Yeah, the ballistic rated doors was a part of the demonstration that was brought here, and that ranked number 8 on the prioritization list.
Okay, but I'm asking for the 3 that you plan to implement. I don't see that as a part of that. You're going to do the locks.
Right. So the storeroom function locks would merely replace the handle sets or the lock system that's on our existing doors.
And I guess my question again is, where are the doors in this whole process?
They're not the ballistic rated doors are not included as a recommendation we're making at this time.
Wait, that's what
It
I'm
could
trying
be
to-
something in the additional money we're gonna come up. All right, Dr. Frazier, Dr. French.
For recommendation number one, how are we going to make sure that these private security employees are trained to work with students and in schools? And second, who would they actually report to if a situation arose? Their private company, this district, or the local police department?
So we currently have private security officers that work as a part of our department doing facility security response. So our 24-hour day response to burglar alarms, fire alarms, things of that nature. So we currently have a relationship with a private security company under a district contract. And so while they are employees of that private security company, in essence, they work on site for us every day. And so we would envision there to be a similar model with these individuals in the schools, where we would have some level of oversight, but then rely heavily upon principal and school staff input, similar to our current SRO program. So even though our SROs, for example, are employees of their local municipalities or county, the principals and schools provide evaluations and feedback of those individuals that we're there to receive and help with any issues that arise. To the question about training, when we established the qualification for this particular position with the company, the first labor pool we want to draw from would be previous law enforcement officers, those who have retired, perhaps from other parts of the country and relocated here for retirement. A retired police officer is still very young and still has a lot to contribute. Or even a former police officer who would just enjoy working in a school full time and would enjoy the schedule that it would provide. And so looking at folks who have received advanced training in a prior profession would be the first labor pool that we would try to tap into.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess I'm concerned about if there was a serious situation. Are you saying that that your staff would be the go-to to make decisions about what to happen next, or would it be referred immediately to the local law enforcement?
So we would, as far as the job of the armed security officer, would be incident stabilization. So if they encounter a threat, if they encounter a trespasser, they would be there to try to diffuse the situation and get police responding as quickly as possible. Once the police arrive, then they have assumed control of that situation. And so if you think about it, when in all these schools, we're talking about a police officer is not there full time now. And so that job today falls to the principal or the assistant principal. Okay. So if there's an irate parent, if there's a trespasser, they are the ones now having to confront that individual. And so this would just provide a trained individual there to do that until police can arrive.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Reverend Mack.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. I guess part of my question have already been answered within reference to the ESSER remaining dollars. And the categories of what's listed and what can be used in that capacity. I think it'll be important for us to know exactly what's remaining as far as ESSER dollars are concerned, and also to go beyond these recommendations that's listed here. I think security measure is a top priority for all, right? And particularly for the district as a whole. So the three recommendations, I do see them, but however, I like to see us go beyond those, but depending upon how much we can go beyond those based on where we are with ESSER funding, one-time use that we can use, because it'll be money that we won't get again, however, but we do want to be able to expend those in areas that will require us not on a high end of recurring costs, but being able to do some real enhancement within our schools, and then to be able to build in moving forward when we're building new schools, right? How do we put these full security measures into our schools? So if we can get that, that'll be very, very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, and then Ms. Coates.
Again, we could also, Reverend Mac, take a look at the 8% money. Because when we built the debt schedule retirement, this was way before, way before all of the issues that are across the country. And so I think we need to take a look at probably both the 8% as well as ESSER. And we also have to pay attention to the fact that some of the initiatives that we put in place to address student outcomes will be funded through the ESSER, where it could not be funded through the 8% debt.
Question. Can we add that to the motion and the friendly amendment to take a look at that? To look at the rest of the programs that may be available?
Look at other funding opportunities.
So I think we need to kind of give these guys some marching orders because we're all asking him about this report, which is exactly what he asked us to give. And I think if I hear you correctly, you want them to take the remaining 8% and see what the available funds are and superimpose them on these recommendations? Or do you just want them to give us the available funds and let us kind of give them an idea of what we want them to buy with it?
I would say the latter, of what you just said.
So really what you're just asking for is an update on how much 8% is remaining after the.
That's 8%.
I said 8% because I meant 8% because that is money that can be drawn on if we're willing to forego the debt and doesn't have the same restraints as ESSER. It could be all sources. Do you want all sources?
I'm with all sources. I think we'll take the recommendation, like Ms. Williams said, I just think we need to look at the.
All sources.
And I'm not technical enough to.
Right.
Just let's say all.
Right. I think what we want is we want to know how much money does can the district pull together for security measures and then let the board take a look at that. Okay.
But
So
however,
superimpose-
All right, hold on, one at a time.
Yeah.
Run back.
So just in line with the conversation though, always the ESSER money is that one-time money, right?
Right.
That-
So is
that-
8% till you pay it down.
ESSER money is that one-time money, right? That we won't get again from the federal government, right? So that I'm talking about before we tapping into the 8%, right? Tapping into if the availability in the ESSER money first. Before moving. So I just want to make clear of what I'm indicating here.
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you've made the motion to move forward with these recommendations for the October 24th meeting and ask staff to review
All
additional-
available funding
all available funding
sources
options.
to pay for everything on this list or to bring us the money and let us pick the list? Because we're saying a couple of different, that's what I'm trying to nail
Let
down.
them bring the money back and then, these three things, but then above and beyond those three things, they come back and say, we have a gajillion dollars, then we could say this is the.
Does that match
priority
what
for
you're
that
expecting,
gajillion.
Reverend Mac?
No, not to say that we do everything on the list, but what
Right.
availability we do have, and then we go from there.
Right. So don't
Cindy
bring
made
us a
that
budget. You're basically telling them not to bring us a budget. You're just telling
Telling
them
us
to
to
bring us
bring
a
us the
dollar
money.
amount.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
So we-
And I still have the
Okay,
question.
but
I
you,
have.
you made the motion and Lauren seconded it. Oh, well. Who seconded it?
No, I did not second it.
I will take responsibility for
I'll second.
seconding it and approve the friendly amendment.
That's it. Yep. All right, Ms. Coach, you had a question.
So this does kind of tie to this. So let's get real specific because I think we're kind of dancing here. SROs can engage with students. Are private security firms SRO certified? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
There's no requirement from the state that they be so. Do they interact with students in the same manner as SROs?
No,
do?
ma'am.
Gotcha. I think that clears that piece up. The second question is you're asking for an FCO allocation that doesn't fund until July 1st of next year. If we approve this, can you do a drawdown from another source and pay back like we do when we early out projects? Or are you literally saying that if we approve this, you will start buying these locks on July 1st, 2023?
It would be next year, ma'am. It's before July. I believe we have authority to begin using FCO on 1 May, I believe.
So even if we approved it this minute, we're still not talking about money or movement for all those months. So could we possibly, I still want to approve this, but when the money comes back, we may want to front fund even this.
Right.
So I'm going to approve this, but when we come back for the October 24th meeting and they've brought to us the available funds, I want to leave open the idea that the board may say, we are not going to fund this out of FCO 2024. We're going to immediately fund it.
Out of something else.
If
Well,
the,
that's something
right,
we can discuss.
right.
Okay, so yep, all right. One more, hold on, Mr. Kennedy, and then we're gonna quickly answer these questions. Okay.
So I hear you. I hear everybody. And there's some real financial analysis that has to be done.
Yeah.
So we, was, I don't, so the board approved, I can't remember the dollar amount, $60 million worth of bonds, just recently.
Right.
And so had we been positioned to think about doing this advanced funding, we would have included that potentially in the bonds that we've already got the rating from the rating agencies. So it's too late to do that. So we need to make sure finance, we need to make sure in terms of, you know,
ESSER or 8%.
what's
Available.
what's doable.
Right, we understand that.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
quickly. I think
We're
Dr.
approving this for
French and
FCO 24 with the telling him that we may find a way to help him get it sooner, but it's going to be approved now for FCO 2024.
Right, so questions, Dr. Fraser, French.
I'm concerned that we're talking about, let's look at all available funding sources for something that's not part of our goals and guardrails that we're working on right now. And so I'm not saying it's unimportant. We have to think about the fact that if we spend more money than is recommended right now, we're
We're
potentially.
not making any decisions to spend any more money. We're just gonna talk about
Okay.
it on Monday.
I hear you. I'm concerned that the way we're phrasing this, there's an expectation that we're going to find more money to spend on this instead of using those alternate funding things that more directly impact learning, which is the goal of the district.
Yeah,
I think,
I would make.
I think you're
we'd all
absolutely
make-
correct because this is FCO. This isn't
Right.
GOF we're talking
Right,
about.
this is different.
This wouldn't fund goals anyway.
It's fixed cost of operation. All right, Dr. Fraser.
My question is basically, how did you come up with these three recommendations? Why?
So when we look at the rankings of the capital improvements, we basically took the top two that averaged out from the input we received from the stakeholder groups. And that was largely based on the available funds that we thought would be available in FCO. When you look at the general operating fund expense for the security staffing, that one was ranked the highest. And that is the one that frankly, we're hearing the most frequently from schools and their administrators who don't have SROs. They're asking for help. They're saying, we need somebody here to help us with these school security matters. And so we felt that was important to prioritize.
This is just a quick question. I've heard of some type of surveillance that as soon as you walk onto the campus of a school, it alerts folk to the fact that you have an intruder. Is that something that's available out there? I know that other school districts may have that system.
There's some new artificial intelligence systems that have come on the market recently that can do things like facial recognition. They can do weapons recognition, where if it'll see if you have a weapon in your hand, those sorts of things. They are, to say they're expensive would likely be an understatement for the number of cameras that we have. And then there's also the possibility of false alerts that you have to be concerned about with creating complacency and the alarms. So, but there are new technologies coming out in that area.
Mr. Rainbow, for these, the security force, which areas would those be going into where we not schools, but which communities would those be going into?
So they would be in the schools in the city of North Charleston and in the city of Charleston.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Yeah. All right, can we vote? Yep, we're voting now. We're voting. You're voting yes? Okay, Ms. Waters votes yes. Ms. Green, how do you vote? She may not be able to answer. She's kind of doing a couple things at one time. Okay, oh, she votes yes. She votes yes, and Ms. Coakley's voted through the computer, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, so the motion passes. Mr. Kennedy? Oh, well, they're gonna be on the board agenda though, right? Yeah, that's fine. We're fine. We're good. If somebody needed to talk about them, they could have brought it up. Okay, then next is policies.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. French, are there any questions?
So their policy JKA is being updated, and including the title of policy, the new title is restraint, seclusion, and intentional physical contact. And just to highlight, a couple of things, the district does not condone corporal punishment at all, correct? And then we also, this clarifies that we do not condone using seclusion techniques in a room, secluding a student in a room by themselves. So it also just clarifies what physical restraint is allowed and in what situations. So if anybody has any questions about that,
Any questions?
or I can go ahead and make an motion.
Let's make a motion.
I move to approve the attached changes to policy JKA for the first, let me start over because it says for first reading. Is that how we do it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, motion to approve the attached changes to policy JKA for first reading.
Okay. Do I have a second? All right, second, so Dr. French made the motion, Ms. Frederick seconded. Any questions? Let's vote.
Yes, this is Joyce.
Ms. Green votes yes.
Hello. Adamant. First reading, because it's, the first reading is the next meeting.
Yeah, that's okay. That's used to the word.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just did, yeah. Okay, well, everybody please look and make sure their vote is correct up there, which I should have been doing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, if it is, then that motion passes. Okay, I totally have not paid attention to agenda items moving to potential consent.
And you mean potential consent October 24th?
Correct. None?
Okay.
Okay,
But the business that we did here today will go to October 24th.
yes,
Okay.
yep. Okay, all right. So,
Log out of this.
all right, so then the next, we have a special call meeting, so I think because we haven't had any breaks, Reverend Matt may take pity on us and give us a short.
We will resume at 5:13.
Okay. can I have a motion?
15?
5:13.
5:13. Okay, 10 minutes. Motion to adjourn. Okay, we're adjourned. Oh, we need to get on out of here.
Now on call the October 10th, 2022 Board of Trustees Special Call Meeting to order. Entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda. Probably moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Is Ms. Green and Ms. Coakley still on? Yeah.
Yeah, Maggie was opening it back up for them.
Okay.
We need to get them on the phone though for executive session.
Yep.
Unless we stay.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Coakley,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
Who? His staff, do they, security? Yeah.
Has everyone voted?
There you go. Joy said yes and.
I vote yes as well, Miss Reverend Mack, since you didn't call on me.
All right, guys, you gotta come to order in order for us to conduct business. All right, entertain a motion, go into executive, wait a minute, just one second. I know, hang on. All right,
No,
Yeah.
Courtney's not,
she did not vote.
Courtney's not here.
Okay. All right,
No.
it's late. Entertain a motion, go into executive session.
So moved. So moved. Could we
Moved
consider
by,
us?
hang on. Moved by Ms. Hederick, second by Ms. Darby, all in favor, I know by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you so kindly. We're gonna remain, the board is gonna remain in here to conduct business. We ask that you please excuse yourself if you're not on the executive session item for discussion.
Sorry, definitely.
Item 5A is the D1 contractual matter.
Move to
Is-
approve the sale of the property with the terms provided by the town of McClellanville.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Coates, second by Ms. Darby. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Ms. Green, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that motion carries. Please make sure that the vote reflects your intended vote. Item 5B,
I've got a motion.
okay,
I move to authorize the superintendent of schools to negotiate a 3-year employment contract with candidate A as the deputy superintendent with an annual salary not to exceed $225,000 with a start date to be determined. Oh,
Take it to her.
okay.
It's-
Well, is there a second?
I second.
Who?
I will
Dr.
second.
French? Okay. All right, Julie, that motion was made by Ms. Darby and second by Dr. French. Are there any questions? All right. Julie, let me know when you've gotten it in. Please.
Okay, do you want this one too?
I'm Dr. French. Yep.
All right, motion has been made and seconded. There's no questions. We ask that you please cast your vote. Are you waiting on anyone? Ms. Green, how do you vote?
No.
Okay, Ms. Green vote no. Okay, that motion passes 6-3. Please make sure that it reflects your intended vote. Item 5C, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to dismiss the infraction and allow the student to return to school and or provide school transfer options.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hederick, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote once it's posted.
Will I scribble again?
All right, motion's been posted. Please cast your vote. Ms. Green, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Green, vote yes. Is voting electronically.
Yeah.
All right, please review the votes, make sure it's your intended vote. All right, item 6A,
I move to approve the projects on the attached list.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Harvey, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please, I'm sorry, Dr. French.
I'm just surprised that the bus contracts are coming to us at this point in the year, because I thought that was part of the,
I think these are contracts. I think
Yeah,
these
these
are
are-
expenses.
Yeah, these are the year 1 of 5, right? Right.
Dispersals.
Right, right.
Payment.
It's payment. Yeah.
oh, so.
It's not
okay.
additional money.
I thought we were just approving contracts, not payments.
Well, we have a contract. Yeah, modification.
Okay,
Got it.
okay, thank you.
All right. Who are we waiting on? Dr. Frazier, Dr. French? And Ms. Green. Ms. Green, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Green, vote yes. I promise to get you out of here by 5:57 today.
I'm gonna slow you
Thanks.
down.
All right, please make sure that your vote is reflected. Entertain a motion for adjournment.
All right. Move.
This meeting is now officially adjourned.